All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome to the North America Challenger Tournament summer season. I'm your host, Assassin Dave. How's everybody doing? It's such a great time here to see a lot of familiar faces, and I'm super excited to be hosting the one and only, the best and the greatest, the coolest tournament in this summer. Yes, to help you pass this incredible, really hot season, North America Challenger Tournament. Today, we have a lot of familiar faces casting the tournament foil, and we have a lot of great teams participating. The entire Challenger Tournament for the knockout stage will last for a whole month until we get to the grand finals. And we're gonna have a variety of different casters to bring all these exciting matches, featuring today our very own North America talent, Track Senpai. Make sure to go follow him on all the social media so you can watch his live stream, as well as all the way from across the sea, from the dawn of the light, the sexy and charming Mirko from MPL. Yeah, that's right, to bring the exciting match. In our first match of the day, BTK versus We Smoke You. For all the audience who are watching the stream right now, if you're wondering what's going on, make sure to go check out the NACT question of the day. Make sure to participate in all of the questions, because once you're answering all those questions showing on the stream right now, our moderators will be picking the winners after the first game, and I will be sending all of them great prizes. So what you waiting for? Participate in the tournament and start sending your answer to interact with the moderators, interact with the community, and send us your answer of all the questions of the day. With that being said, our first game is already in preparation. So I want to introduce to you guys our incredible casters of the day, Trex and Mirko.
All right. Quite the introduction, Dave, and I do appreciate it. We are here with the North American Challengers Tournament. We got some big games coming up ahead, but before we jump into that, you know, everyone's been asking, everyone's been saying it, hashtag get Mirko casting, hashtag find Mirko, hashtag this. So he's here. You guys better be happy. How's it going today, Mirko?
Man, thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me. It's literally 5:30 a.m. here in Indonesia, but it's all good, man. Waking up for NACT, it's just the best right now, you know, especially with the first match here. We were already seeing a banger of a match for the first match of NACT qualifiers, knockout stages.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hot one. It's the summer season, you know, so we had to start off big. BTK up against We Smoke You. Now, BTK, of course, the favorite of America, right? The favorite of many people, but you gotta look out for the rookies sometimes, and We Smoke You, a new team coming in, wanting to try to prove themselves, and what better place to prove yourself than against the best?
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk a little bit about this matchup behind the cameras just now. BTK, We Smoke You. You know, before the current patch coming in, you said yourself as well, BTK, they're the favorites still to win this entire thing, but now it's kind of like, you know, the other teams, they've been progressing really fast, especially with this new patch. It feels like BTK, they're gonna have to adapt really well as well into this patch, right? We haven't really seen that yet on stream. Will the pressure be too much for them? That's one of the big questions, because if we're taking a look at We Smoke You, got nothing to lose, man.
Yeah, definitely a big question, I think, for everybody. And what a better, you know, and it's before this tournament started, the patch notes came out, and everyone's wondering who can adapt the fastest. You know, what a better time to face against some of the best when everything is getting flipped over on its head. Of course, we know, you know, some of these junglers are still going to be in, some of these tankier junglers, but I think a lot of teams are still wondering, you know, are we going to see some damage junglers tonight? Are we going to, you know, what has really changed? What team maybe got ahead of the curb and found some new strategies that might just work? We are jumping, though, into BTK up against We Smoke You, Mirko. Now, Masha Ballman getting banned off the rip. I think nothing, pretty kind of typical. How do you feel about the Ballman ban right now?
Honestly, all right. So in Indonesia, I don't think Bauman is that meta right now in the ranked games, and even in the MDL that's also going on currently, the MDL play-ins. So I've actually been seeing a lot of Ling picks coming through in the MDL, and 1-1 has been ignored for the most part here. He didn't get picked up at all on the first day of MDL play-ins. So this is already something very interesting, right? You can already see the different maybe styles that instantly just constitutes the draft here. We can see the Masha, the Fanny ban, and that Bauman ban, which is very unique as an Indonesian.
Yeah, I mean, so Zane has been picking up the ball, man. I think some people have been seeing it. A few teams have picked it up and running it more tanky, right? And you kind of have a little bit of an advantage over some of these, over the Turtle, over the Lord. You get the lethal counter plus the Retry. So if you could time it right, you know, it can maybe give you the advantage to steal a couple objectives. Is it worth it? I think right now, that's the question, right? The Fanny, possibly a target ban, maybe a little bit of info on what some of the enemy players are playing. Definitely not something we see all the time. Now, the Franco, on the other hand, has definitely been a problem for a lot of teams, and if you don't want to run it, I think it's something you might want to get off.
Yeah, and speaking of Prio, speaking of the first bans and picks coming through, it's pretty interesting to me that Xavier has been left untouched here, right?
Yeah.
In Indonesia, ranked games, Xavier has been a favorite throughout this new patch, even after the quote-unquote nerfs. I believe it to be a shadow buff, or just, you know, we just call it an adjustment, right? But yeah, I feel like Xavier is still just really, really OP currently.
And I've seen most teams banning it, of course, first pick. Some teams are even prioing it for that first pick. If they're not, it's a risk. Like, all right, the 1-1 getting banned now. So team, we smoke you, maybe taking the risk right now. Like, all right, maybe you pick up the Akai here and we respond back with the Xavier and, you know, a powerful offlane. But the Julian also left untouched. And I've been watching Kush destroy teams with this Julian lately in the mid lane. So pretty excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, this is something different that we've seen, right? Again, Kush, or the mid lane Julian. This is something we've seen during MSC. I think it was Clay who brought it up first here, but I actually have had multiple conversations about this current patch. How is Julian going to be able to play here, considering that he got nerfed kind of a bit there, right? And I got to talk to some analysts in Indonesia. They said that the Julian works better as a jungler right now, but I don't think it's right now. I don't think it's part of Mobazane's hero pool currently. So that's going to be the Yu Zhong actually locked in for We Smoke You, and also that Xavier that we were just talking about.
Yeah, I think the Xavier's a solid pick. And, you know, talking about the Julian, I think right now over here in NA, it hasn't really found its, like, golden spot. You know, it hasn't really, some teams are still kind of playing with it, running it as a jungler, running it as a mid lane mage, some even trying it out in the off lane. I'm not too crazy about it. Terizla, though, getting locked in. Now, this is a hero, I think, is definitely something that is going to be showing up a lot, either in the EXP lane or in the ban phase. It seems to be a problem for a lot of teams.
Absolutely. And you know what makes it great? It's the fact that it's very easy to flex this hero, right? Technically, yes, we have seen it mostly go to the XP lane, but I wouldn't be too surprised if Mobazane just pops this into the jungle. But on the other side now, this is a hero that I wanted to just mention earlier, but yeah, Karina coming out. I've been playing a whole lot of Karina with the new full mage build, all right? And this hero does so much damage. I believe that a lot of pro players have been just calling this hero straight up broken with the current patch. But yeah, Karina no longer going tank, going full damage, especially up against a Julian and a Beatrix. It's going to be something maybe a doubt for them right now. You know, how are they going to go at it against this Karina?
And that's something I've been wondering about, right? So we've seen Zane actually pick up the damage Karina even in some of the qualifier games, and a few teams have been playing around with it. And I've been wondering, you know, is that the new thing? Are we no longer going to see this tank Karina? And you mentioned, you know, the Julian may have a lot of trouble with that. He doesn't have that range that the Xavier or a lot of other mages has. So he's just a prime target. Same thing with the Beatrix. I think a big opportunity for Zane may, you know, to maybe go something bulkier. The Akai is still here, could fend off the Karina possibly. Now into the second ban phase though. Paquito, Atlas getting knocked off. A little surprised by the Paquito ban. I haven't seen BTK pick it up a whole lot yet.
Yeah, that's a very interesting ban, honestly. I think they're just narrowing down the hero pool for Mobazane currently. They're going for the Paquito ban. They're just taking it off of the table. Maybe another jungle ban here to finish it off. I've been playing a lot of Yi Sun-shin, and we all know Mobazane, his Yi Sun-shin, he plays a mean Yi Sun-shin. Let's just say that, right? But I actually expected, honestly, BTK to go for the target bans towards the gold lane here. They actually opted to go for the Atlas ban, which is not really that surprising as well. It's a pretty good ban here, considering that that their opponents, We Smoke You, they haven't picked up a roamer. But is this just like a foreshadowing that they want to just target the roamer? Is it the roamer that has a narrow hero pool here that can be punished?
Definitely a a good question. We have seen Prawny as the roamer in the qualifiers. He's picked up the Atlas. We've seen him play it. Kind of low performance on it though, but still the Atlas can be a problem, especially when you have like the Julian, who's very frontline. You have this Terizla. If Mobazane opts to not go for a ranged jungle, could also be a problem. So maybe just kind of defending themselves against a future threat here. We have also seen Prawny pick up the Diggy. Now, Diggy hasn't been super popular, but with the jungle Akai or some of these heavier CCs, a couple teams have pulled it up as a clutch play.
Yeah, and I really like the what they went for there, the ban towards Claude for BTK. So literally, they're just trying to ensure that this Beatrix, that Zia in that gold lane gets all of the space he needs. And currently, oh, there you go, Brody. Yeah, I was about to say, right now, it's either the Clint, Brody, or the Popo and Koopa. Those are the three heroes that I feel like could be viable, but wait a minute. This is a hover pick towards Moskov. I did mention Yi Sun-shin, but I was going to reiterate that the Karina kind of already shuts that down, you know? Marksman in the jungle up against a Karina is going to be really tough, but if Mobazane decides to go for this, all right, it's actually the Aulus here, which is really interesting, and the Nana that's being shadowed. I don't think it's gonna come through, the Nana. The Aulus,
no.
Maybe, right? What are your thoughts on this, man? It's
Possibly. They might just be trolling us. They know we're watching. Yeah. They're giving us a hard time right now. But, I mean, again, we've seen Zane play. He locks it in. Yeah. Now, I have not seen the Aulus play competitively yet from Zane. I mean, I've seen him joke around with it in some streams that maybe I've tuned in on and this and that. But I have not seen locked in. I think his early game, especially against Karina, may be a little weak. But you do have Shark on your back. You do have someone that can defend you. You know, one of the best tanks, not only in NA, but you know, you could possibly say globally. So I'm a little iffy about the Aulus pick, man.
Yeah, the Aulus pick is definitely a unique pick here, considering that, again, you know, we haven't seen Aulus in a very long time, especially in competitive play. But I do want to put some emphasis on that Kufra pick, because I feel like it's just a really smart pick here, and the Lolita for We Smoke You would be perfect as well. You know, they're taking away a lot of that damage coming through from that Beatrix with the shield that she has, and yeah, it's just a very solid composition from both of these teams. I do feel like, though, with the Kufra pick, it will make the Karina have a kind of a tough time getting into that back line. So right now, both of the teams, they've wrapped up their drafts. It's going to be very interesting in the individual matchups, you know. I would actually take Yu Zhong over Terizla in lane.
Yeah, you know, and that's so with Terizla being new, it's something I've been wondering, like, how does he match up against everyone? Yes, he has some great sustainability in the end game, and Yu Zhong, a lot of like after Thamu's got buffed up, I've been seeing a lot of that. The Esmeralda still pretty popular. The Dairoth to counter the Esmeralda, some of these things. But the Yu Zhong has, even with Xavier, I don't see the Yve as much.
Going to
Yu Zhong hasn't been like able to counter that as hard. Excited to see how this plans out, though. Game 1, BTK versus We Smoke You. You know, BTK back in the NACT, here to take back the throne. So the question is, can We Smoke You give them a challenge? The question is, can We Smoke You possibly smoke you?
That's the big question right now, right? Because currently, I believe that, yeah, it's just BTK who are the favorites right now, right? We're going to have to see that maybe possibly change in this tournament. We're going to see the progression of all these teams. And We Smoke You right now, they are actually going to lose out in that mid lane clear. They are going to maneuver themselves into that topside river, but Shark just goes in, dishes out some damage, and that's the damage coming through from Shark as well, from Kush as well, to dish out some poke, but it looks like there's going to be an engage here. Mystic Field is going to be able to block Kush in place, but yeah, no real commitment. It's just going to be the Steven getting that Litho Wanderer and getting up. Wait a minute, what's first Betty the bottom side there? Maybe I was wrong, you know, White Chicken just, what a solo kill this early on.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a misplay there. I don't know exactly what happened. White Chicken definitely a great EXP laner, but I don't think it should have went down like that. One thing I do want to point out, Shark and Kush right now playing pretty aggressive, staying on the opposite side of the river, knowing, testing their distance. Maybe BTK just feels like they have the better mechanical skills here, but Shark may be in a bad spot.
Yeah, the Steven once again, he's just showing this early game presence with the Karina, but you can already see Mobazane. He's trading on the map really well. He's actually able to somewhat stay even at this stage of the game. You know, when we're talking about the Karina, sure, it's the damage of the kill pressure, but in the mid lane there, bottom side river, it is going to be Prawny who gets caught out. A very good pickoff coming in from Kush and with the help of Shark as well.
Yeah, Shark going to definitely be setting the plays, and we're seeing him look for them. We're seeing him wait for even ambushes, and that's what I like to see. Mobazane does get a kill early on, and I was worried about the early game of Mobazane on this Alice, but getting some kills in these first 2 minutes is going to help him scale even faster. So a good spot. Dawning Light does connect on the turtle, but this should be an uncontested turtle here.
Yeah, the Steven, he walks up a little bit too aggressively there. He tries to go for the steal, but in the bottom side, another solo kill by Fly Chicken. And We Smoke You, they're trying to look for compensation here. They go under the turret. The Steven goes into the ultimate, but he will lose his life as well. Fly Chicken just gets even more massive on the top side. That's another solo kill for Zia. 5-1 on the scoreboard right now.
Bloodthirsty Kings, very thirsty for blood right now. And this is a bad spot to be against BTK. You know, one thing I can say is when you're going against them, you can't let them snowball, man. You cannot let them get that early game advantage because they're just going to carry that and keep being aggressive. Shark, as the aggressive tank he is going to constantly be trying to make plays. As we're seeing right now in the top lane, Haru will go down. That kill goes to Shark, and this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh man, they can't even find Kush here. Shark is going to be able to try to peel for Kush. He is going to pop that bouncing ball. Numenon Blast, though, going to be popped by Prawny. He does not connect on it. Very good movement by Shark there. But Prawny, he's looking for more. He jumps in onto Zia, which will not do. I mean, Zia will not be able to punish him that much, considering he does have his shield. But again, like you mentioned, BTK, this composition shouldn't have that early game control in the neutral objectives, but somehow, again, through their individual mechanics, they're able to win it out. Here in the bottom side, though, Brandon finally showing that Yu Zong power, but seems to be losing out of the trade once again. He is a few kills behind.
Yeah, he's definitely a few kills behind, probably a little gold behind. Looking at him, 1,700. Up against Fried Chicken now, has a full 1,000 gold lead already locked in that Bloodlust axe. Yeah. Definitely going to be a problem for Brandon. I think at this point, what I want to see from We Smoke You, if you want to stay in this game, is make some off-play ganks, stay away from that mid-trio. Just like that, Mobazane gets a kill onto Xavier there.
Yeah, and they're not able to find any trades. As of right now, the Steven tries to go for something there, but once again, he's just going to get zoned away, and this is going to be Prawny going for the stun. Nibiru's Passion popped by Zia. They're looking for more. Tyrant's Rage there, not able to connect. Steven gets out. The Dawning Light comes through, but another solo kill down below. Fly Chicken is massive in this game. 4-1-0.
Yeah, that is going to be a big problem as we creep into the mid game here. Fly Chicken sitting at that. I'm just waiting for him to take that tower and then start rotating in, coming in with that penalty zone, making some big ticks. Shark picking off onto Haru. Zia gets the kill. I mean, this is looking very, very rough for We Smoke You. 9-1, a 4,000 gold lead to BTK, and it just keeps going up. Maybe We Smoke You just needs to maybe sacrifice a few towers here, lay low, and push on for the late game. But even then, you know, Zia, BTK has late game insurance as well with the Aulis and the Beatrix. It's definitely a rough spot for We Smoke You.
Yeah, Brandon there. He goes in for the Black Dragon form, trying to survive just a little bit longer, but they're going to get punished all across the map. Even the Nibiru's Passion on top, he does not care about the shields there. Nibiru's Passion goes straight through, and that's another kill for BTK up top, the 2-for-0 trade. And what's actually really interesting about this is the fact that they're not taking the turret down below. The Steven, though, once again, over-extending into his own purple buff. BTK, they know when to punish. They're going for it, and it seems like even the mid lane, Xavier, once again, forced to pop the sprint to get out of his own turret. That's gonna be knocked up once again. Shark looking for the re-engage, getting it, and Kush picks up the kill. Total domination here from BTK, but Kush, he wants more. He jumps in under the turret. That's gonna be Fly Chicken to follow it through. They get one more kill. Brandon goes in for the Furious Stack to disengage, but again, BTK, they're so disciplined. They go in one more time just to zone these members away. The Steven gets caught once again onto that enhanced chain, and it is looking bad for We Smoke You.
Yeah, you know it's a bad, you know you're having a rough game when you can't even when you're saying that going into your own blue buff is an overextension. BTK just smothering them at this point, and they're all over them. Every time it seems like someone's going to disengage, you have Fried Chicken coming in from a different angle. When Fried Chicken backs off, you have Kush coming in from a different angle. Then comes in Zia with the Nibiru's Passion. So, I mean, their rotations right now, their micro in some of these team fights definitely looking very clean. We Smoke You just not really able to keep up. We went from a 5K gold lead, but look at Brandon just getting smashed down from Fried Chicken. That's putting Fried at 6-1-3 right now.
Yeah, like you mentioned, right? I mean, it's getting to a very tough spot for We Smoke You when it's them overextending when they go to their own turret, right? At this point, it's getting to a point where BTK, they're just controlling every single thing on the map, and it's all because of that bush control. BTK, they're just so smart with this. Enhanced Chain once again, taking a quarter of Haru's HP out there, and the Steven, he, even as a Karina here with that first ability, is just taking so much damage. Zia sieging down that top side turret, donning light there from the Xavier to clear out the minion waves, but it is going to be the turret passive pop. Terizla in the bottom side, just such an unkillable threat at this point. He can go dive in, and it won't matter. Shark, though, looking for something. And the rage, and the follow-up is there. That's the chain connecting to the back lines. Mobazane looking for more here, but it is We Smoke You forced to back up. The Black Dragon form. Oh my god! He just got completely melted down. The Noomnown Blast, though, he's trying to get more, but he is only going to find 2. Only Shark falls in that skirmish, and it is going to be BTK looking for the objective up top. Brandon getting a really good Furious Dive with the help of Mystic Heal, but he will be the one taken down. Again, Mobazane jumping in. The damage comes through, and it is not enough to take Mobazane down. That's a triple kill for Zane.
I mean, we didn't even see a Lord that game. What was that? 8.5 minutes? BTK just showing their prowess. I mean, and even towards the end, they didn't even really they didn't stall lanes. They weren't trying to starve them. We just want to end this. We just want to end this quick. And they came in very strong. 21-2, 8 minutes, 14 seconds. We Smoke You has to find something to do if they want to keep up with BTK in the next game.
Yeah, I mean, again, 8 minutes. That's something we rarely see nowadays, considering that, again, you know, Moonton has actually buffed the turrets in the base. They've given it the passive. It still doesn't matter to BTK, though. I like how they were able to control the game with a somewhat mid to late game composition, right? The fact that they were able to control the game so early on through that individual prowess, through the laning phase, is insane.
Yeah, most of it. I mean, and you gotta give it up. You know, this is literally third place world champions. You know, top of NA, and We Smoke You. You know, a new team coming in, make it to the top 32, and they go right up against BTK. So they're here. They are playing. I don't want to count them out just yet. But before we jump into the next game that will be coming soon, we're going to take a few-minute break, so make sure you guys use the bathroom, call your moms, do whatever you got to do. We'll see you guys in just a minute for Game 2. All right, Mirko, you know, it's your first taste of the North American Challenges tournament. A little bit of a quick one, a little bit of a fast game, but again, as I mentioned towards the end of that, it's BTK. You know, it's a powerful team, and there are a handful of other very strong teams, I feel, but we're in the top 32, and BTK stomping through. So the question is, you know, what do you think We Smoke You needs to do to change about game one? You know, we mentioned that BTK was able to win with a late game composition, even in the early. So is it purely mechanical? Does We Smoke You maybe need to go for a late game comp and just try to last out or something of that nature?
I think this is my personal opinion on this, right? Especially after seeing game number one, it feels like it wasn't just the individual prowess that was being displayed by BTK. It wasn't just them overpowering them based on the individual plays, but it's also the macro. The fact that they were able to play in the bushes, inside of the enemy jungle for the most part of that game. And the best part about it, the thing that we didn't get to kind of highlight because the game was just so fast, is the fact that they left the first turret, the tier 1 turrets, there for so long. They just wanted to punish the laning phase even more. They didn't go for the turrets just yet. They just took the turret gold, the turret plating, and that's it, right? So again, it just feels like in game number one, it was BTK fully outclassing We Smoke You. What does We Smoke You need to do? I don't think they need to go for the late game comp, because if they lose out in the early game with an early game comp, is going to be it's going to be even rough. It's going to be rougher, tougher. I don't know. I don't have words to describe how crazy that early game was by BTK, again with Aulus and Beatrix.
Yeah, definitely rough. And we are jumping now into the ban pick phase, the draft of BTK up against We Smoke You. This time, We Smoke You coming in with the Charizard ban. They don't, you know, Fried Chicken was dominating Brandon in the off lane there. So I can understand that ban. Things are already changing up. And it looks like BTK showing a respect ban of themselves, which is kind of surprising, taking out the Yuzong there.
Yeah, I really like the Yuzong ban coming in. So you can see, right, from BTK as well, even though they were able to win that first game in a dominant fashion, they're still giving respect to the enemy team, and they're banning out one of the heroes that they saw in game number one. This time, though, again, different approach from We Smoke You. They took the blue side first pick, and instantly, they go for Charizard ban, like you mentioned, and they pick up the Julian. Now, though, it does leave the Xavier open, and the Karina as well. We might just see those two heroes being picked up by BTK. I think it's a solid 2 picks, but if they want to go for the gold lane dominance once again, Beatrix, it's just, yeah, Beatrix is just really good right now.
Yeah, she's definitely been a monster. Also, I mean, and with the 1-1 out of place, Zia does like to run the 1-1, but even they've been banning it because they just don't want to give it over. I will say that Mobazane is on the same boat as you of running that damage Karina. We've seen him playing it. He played it in some scrims. He's played it. Ooh, Zia getting spicy with the Bruno. And I think I've heard you cast it before saying Bruno's something you've been wanting to see in the gold lane, right?
Yes.
So maybe that's a pick for you.
I saw this in MSC, right? But in MSC, we didn't really get to see the Bruno shine. Hopefully, we get to see Zia pop off in lane, and especially in these team fights, man. The Bruno pickup, I'm going to have to say it. There you go. Oh, this is just going to be so interesting to see, because they picked up the Dairoth not knowing the matchup yet, right? Because, again, Dairoth is very good pick if you're up against Esmeralda, maybe even Uranus here, but if you just pick it blindly, it is kind of interesting because it can be punished very easily. The Selena, though, this is something that we actually got to see from We Smoke You in the previous matches, and they also go for Franco, so they're relying heavily on their pick composition right now.
Yeah, definitely a lot of single man picks, a little bit of engage, a little bit of pull. But the thing is with this Julian and this Selena, and now the Franco showing that's going to be their roam, right? Is this Julian going to be an offlane jungle? I'm wondering where they're going to flex it to. Is the Selena I'm guessing the Selena is going to be support mid. I mean, some teams have runner as a roam occasionally, but with the Franco, obviously they're most likely not going to do that. So Brandon, I'm pretty sure, was the EXP laner last game, so maybe that's the idea here. You mentioned jungle, so maybe we'll see him there. A lot of possibilities I'm seeing from the side of We Smoke You right now.
Yeah, I do need to mention the Cyclops pick is pretty interesting, but again, it's just BTK being BTK at this point, right? They just keep on trolling us with the hovers. They go for Nana earlier, and then there they show off the Yoda skin. I think they're just trying to show off their skins at this point, right? But back again to the point of Selena. Now, I actually dislike Selena in the mid lane. As a roamer, really love it. You're able to open up the map really well with the Abyssal Traps. You're able to go for the pickoffs, obviously, with the Abyssal Arrow, and you just provide so much of map pressure in general and the kill pressure in the early game. But if you put the Selena as a mid lane, especially considering that BTK, they really like those high ground or heavy wave clear mid laners. It's going to be really tough for the Selena, you know? He's going to get pushed and shoved in every second of this game.
Yeah, especially in, you know, you mentioned the Xavier still open right now. Lots of possibilities for Kush to pick up. He's got the pick of his litter essentially right now. And as even with me saying that, We Smoke You continues to not ban out any mages here. Selena will definitely get bullied by high ground, definitely have a lot of trouble, not be able to clear, be forced to stay in that mid lane possibly, and not be able to catch those rotations, not be able to try to get ganks with those Abyssal Arrows, so could be a problem. Mobazane on this Paquito. Now, Paquito recently got the buff. I haven't gotten to see him a whole lot. What are your opinions on the jungle Paquito right now?
Yeah, they did buff the jab, right? They just buffed the jab, but it feels so much stronger, to be completely honest with you. I've been playing Paquito. I've been testing him out here and there, and the damage output that you can get out of this guy right now is pretty insane, especially when you combo that second ability with your passive, so you can do it twice. You can literally one-shot even a Franco if you do get that snowball going in the early game, and I feel like that's what BTK are trying to do this time around with their composition, right? Even though they're up against a pick style comp, they are trying to go for just early game punish, early game snowball, get the game going as fast as possible. And it seems like, yeah, we're not going to see a ban there from We Smoke You. Perhaps there was a little bit of miscommunication. They didn't know what to ban, but now it just gives, again, BTK so many options to think about, right? Do they want to go for the Xavier? Do they want to go for maybe Kagura? Just putting out that early game damage onto an early game kill pressure onto We Smoke You.
Oh yeah, a little more hover play. Don't know if it is. And at this point, we may just be seeing BTK having a bit of fun here. We'll see. I do like the Ling pick coming from We Smoke You. It has been a popular pick. I do feel like, you know, I feel like his damage has, at least from what I've been seeing in some of the games, it just seems like a little lacking. I do love the mobility, and I don't know if it's just, you know, some of the players I've been seeing playing him or what exactly it is, but it hasn't been as shiny as I want it to be. You know, I feel like the Ling is slowly, like, you know, falling down. Yes, you get a lot from him, and if he can't do the damage that you want, you can always turn him into a split pusher, and you still have all of those utilities from the Ling itself. But overall, as like a major engager, he hasn't been exactly what I normally used to see him as.
Oh, okay. These are very interesting picks once again. So, who's going to the jungle? It's most probably just the Ling, but the Julian will have to go to gold lane. Lapu is going to go to the XP lane, that means. And yeah, they're already hovering the gourd right now for BTK. They might just go for it here, you know? I thought that they want to go for the Kadita with the Johnson pick, but sure, gourd works too. Let's see what he can do, especially paired in with a Johnson that just likes to dive in. I really hope he uses I really hope that he uses the skin. Yeah, he's going to use the Transformer skin, man.
Of course. And with this draft about to start, let us know in the chat. What do you think this score is going to end as? Do you think BTK will 2-0 sweep them? Do you think it's going to... Well, it can't be a 0-2 at this point, right? Do we think that BTK will lose 1-2, or is it going to be a 2-1? Will We Smoke You come back? So let us know in the chat. Answer any of these questions, and you do have the opportunity to win some key codes to get yourself some skins, some magic dust, all of those things that Movington loves giving out. Mirko, make sure you answer this question in the chat, man. Pull out the phone.
I already answered it, dude. I already answered it. I mean, if we're taking a look at the polls, right, it is 92% towards BTK. But ladies and gentlemen, let's jump straight into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Let's see, is it going to be a 2-0 clean sweep for BTK? Maybe another dominant game here, considering that they did go for an early game composition this time around.
Yeah, and you know, we see this Johnson, we see this Gord, we see this Bruno, and what better time to test out some new things when you're up one game, right? Like, especially when you beat We Smoke You pretty dominantly in game one. So maybe this is a great time for BTK to try out some new compositions, test them a little bit, see how comfortable they are with them, and maybe that's kind of what we're seeing here.
Yeah. Right now, look at BTK's movement on the map. We can already see that there's a pause. I think it's the Lapu. Yeah, it is the Lapu who's still in the base. So yeah, we're just gonna be patient with that. But take a look at how they're positioning already in the map. This is insane, right? They know that this lane, that the Steven, he just always wants to go for the Lethal Wanderer contest from, I mean, basically from the first game. They know that, and they instantly just go for the orange buff here. They're trying to punish him when he does get back to the orange buff, when he goes for it. And he might not have the finished poise. This is really good movement from BTK as, yeah, they can just straight up punish the Ling. And if Ling gets punished in the early stages like this without his purple buff, it is going to be really tough.
I mean, a huge problem, right? Even, I mean, without any buffs, I feel like Ling will have a problem without being able to farm up, right? And it looks like BTK wants to be aggressive. Like you said, we literally have Shark right now up against the inhibitor tower practically. I'm guessing we had a few technical difficulties, possible disconnect. Players should be reconnecting soon. People behind the scenes are right now. So while we're doing this, of course, it gives me and Mirko a little bit of time to bond here, a little bit of time to talk about what's gonna happen. Maybe pick your brain a little bit. So we see the Gord on the field right now. Gord recently got a buff. I've never really considered him meta. I don't think he's ever been a super popular competitive pick. What are your opinions on him right now? Does he have a chance to maybe creep back in?
Well, yeah, I've been watching a whole lot of Naisu streams. You know, he used to be a top global Gord, so I've been getting some good data on Gord. I feel like it could be good actually in this competitive scene right now, especially consider that right now the meta is shifting over to that burst type of gameplay, right? We go for very fast team fights, burst team fights, and we get out. Go in, get out. That's the kind of whoa, what's going on here? It seems like there's an invade going on into the enemy base. Fried Chicken is trying to join Shark here.
Are we pure trolling right now?
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing right now. It seems like they are just trolling Kush as well. He's just, yeah, he's in the enemy jungle, going in. Prawny now, he is going to be looking for something. Abyssal Arrow does not connect, whiffs that one. Brandon trying to look just to zone Fried Chicken away from his Ling's jungle. But again, you can already see BTK having a whole lot of fun here in game number 2, and Shark might even be able to steal that away. He doesn't get it. Steven trying to punish him now, jumping in with a Divine Blade, but Kush, once again, just comes in for that backup after clearing out the wave.
Not like this, BTK. Not like this. You know, we get it. We get it. We dominated in game 1, but, you know, take it easy on the rookies. Shark giving over a kill in the early games, already being extremely aggressive. Look at him in the top lane right now, just hanging out. Just telling him to clear this wave. There's nothing you can do about it. Guessing we had some possible issues from the side. Kush taking some big damage, though.
Oh, almost gets taken down there, but Zia pops in the wave of the world, trying to get compensation once again, maybe trying to punish over that Selena. But again, both teams, they just reset. This is the kill pressure that we did mention about the Selena in the mid lane. But again, it's just going to be really tough for the Selena because the lane just keeps on getting shoved in. The Steven doesn't have his purple buff. He has to go on to his purple buff first. And this will just give over control of that turtle Shark. Yeah, he's just having fun with rapid touchdown. He connects it onto Prawny. He's gonna have to dodge the hook here, but no, Prawny doesn't even go for the hook. Yeah, they back up, and it's a free turtle for now for BTK. But they don't take it.
I think the question on everyone's mind right now, Haru still sitting in the base. You know, I'm guessing maybe something happened here, maybe some miscommunication. Of course, this is an online tournament. Players are expected to be ready on time, do their thing. So maybe Haru just wasn't able to make the cut, or something's going on. But this could, I mean, at this point, We Smoke You loses game 1 pretty poorly. Maybe it's, I mean, at this point, with the way that things are going, I got a feeling that BTK's probably here.
Yeah, early game not looking too good right now for We Smoke You, but again, Haru is still in that base, level 2. I think he hasn't moved at all in this game, maybe just a little bit, but we're trying to, trying to fix that issue right now, ladies and gentlemen. Please do be patient with us, but for now, once again, me and Trex, we're just going to be talking about the game, maybe deep diving a little bit about what's going on. What's happening inside a Shark's mind right now? He's going in for a lot of crazy plays, man.
He's got the brain of a shark, man. He's hungry. Nom nom nom. You know, something I've been wanting to ask, right? With the recent patch, you mentioned the YSS, you mentioned the damage Karina build. Do you think that maybe the jungle's a bit more balanced now? Are we going to see a lot more damage builds on heroes? Are we still going to see the tanky heroes? Because even from my perspective, I'm seeing a lot of teams go each way. Some of them still picking up some tank junglers. Some of them picking up some more some more damage junglers. So from your opinion, what do you think is a stronger one? Do you think it's almost balanced and it just comes down to the game?
I feel like right now it's the meta is really about the damage junglers, I feel like I do feel like it's a little bit more balanced now because there are more options to go for in that jungle, but if we're talking about the tanks in the jungle, sure, it can still be played. It's still somewhat viable. It really depends on the composition that you have, though. Yeah, it just feels like right now, the meta, the most efficient strategy composition is to go for those damage dealing junglers, assassins and fighters, but I prefer assassins over fighters and marksmen.
So like the Lancelot, the Ling, you mentioned the Karina earlier, the YSS. I've been waiting to see when Zane's going to pull it out, of course. Right now we're just having fun, but I've been talking about it with some of the other casters behind the screen, like we're gonna see YSS this tournament. Just you guys wait, I'm telling you, it's coming back. So something I'm definitely excited for. We've enjoyed the tank meta, we've enjoyed it, but I do think there's a bit of a shift is slowly coming. So I'm excited to see what all these teams bring to us.
Yeah, as an assassin main, I did not enjoy the tank jungle meta, but I did enjoy it as a caster, right? As a caster, I mean, again, it's something different. We need that. It brought a lot of different dynamics into the game, which I'm grateful for, but I think we're back to fun meta. That's what I like to call it. The assassins, the damage dealing, and look, in the top side, Zia actually gets picked off, and We Smoke You. They get first blood here in game number 2.
That's big. We Smoke You getting something here. They are still a little behind on gold, so the rotation is definitely falling a little bit. Turtle is up. Ling not doing a bad job, sitting at 2,000 gold. Waiting for Shark to engage. Maybe BTK knows there was some issues. Shark staying back, like, let's do this. Let's keep this fair. Steven now working on this turtle, but this just kind of shows, even with the first blood, BTK making the rotations quick to the mark, knowing that, listen, we're going to still keep a gold lead. We're going to rotate through our jungle faster than you. We're going to make paths faster than you. And even though We Smoke You takes first turtle of the game, BTK still holding the lead.
Yeah, Mobazane looking for a cheeky gank in the bottom side there. He goes for the knockout strike, and that's going to be Brandon, who actually is able to flicker out of White Chicken's Abyssum Strike. Meanwhile, Shark with a rapid touchdown, and Kush in the back seat. He goes in for a big laser beam, but he will not find Brandon. Ling as well. Steven, he gets the orange buff. BTK seems like they're just going to go for the turret in the bottom side. Look for the trade here for that kill that We Smoke You were able to get in that top side.
Yeah, nice pick, and this is what you're going to see from the Johnson. Some flashy plays, some crashing. So at this point, gold lane tower down. Bottom lane tower also down. BTK building up the same steam that we saw in game 1, but a little bit of an engage here. Shark will disengage, get away to safety. So Steven still being pretty aggressive. I do like watching him on this Ling. Maybe something that would have been nice to see in game 1. And comes in, Kush popping the ultimate. This BTK not like this.
Yeah, and you can see BTK just having fun with it. Prawny trying to punish Mobazane in the jungle. With that play, yeah, that was That was a questionable one. Zia now looking for the plays into the mid lane with Steven jumping onto him. Mobazane looking for the pickoffs, goes in for the knockout strike and the jab to finish him off. Meanwhile, Steven popping that Tempest Ablaze to get out. Fried Chicken unable to finish him off. BTK still with the 3,000 gold lead. Shark already with another rapid touchdown. He might be looking for a dive here now with Kush in the back seat. Look at that. Look at that. They're just jamming. They're just, you know, making their way downtown, man.
Making their way down. Rolling through the city in my 6'4", right?
Oh, man.
What I gotta say, though, Steven, I want to talk about Steven a little bit here. He's still keeping up a fight, man. He's still trying. He's making these engages, even pushing Shark away at times. Brandon catching Fried Chicken off here.
Oh, yeah, but it turns it around here. That's going to be the bloody hunt popped and used. Fried Chicken will lose his life, but again, it's Brawny who picks up the kill, and in that top side, Turtle traded in.
Yeah, this is definitely rough for We Smoke You. 2-2 now. 3K gold lead. BTK continues to climb. Mobazane sitting at 1-0. Yes, he doesn't have a whole lot of kills, but he has been farming this whole time, sitting at 4,100. More gold than anyone on the enemy team, the gold laner of the enemy team. So that is a good position to be as a jungler right now. Shark and Kush continuing to make their way downtown here. I don't know exactly how to feel about this, but it is happening.
Yeah, it is. You know, again, he pops in a rapid touchdown twice there. Mystic Gush as well, just to dish out the damage onto Haru. He's been soaking in a whole lot of damage for the team as We Smoke You are able to punish in that top side. No, Abyssal Arrow actually connects on the Fried Chicken. Tempest Blade there, off by Steven, goes in for the Defiant Blade, and will be able to find it. Mobazane in the 1v3 goes in and is able to shut them down, taking 2 here for the price of 1. And again, Mobazane, he's still massive in this game. Yes, it has been mostly BTK, somewhat playing around, but Zane has been farming so efficiently, going in, pathing in the jungle really well, and even stealing out some camps from We Smoke You.
Yeah, definitely doing a good job at that, and they are starting to kind of group together a bit more. Shark with this rapid touchdown. They need to be careful of that. They can't let that crash come in, especially at the disadvantage they're at right now. But We Smoke You, I think at this point, We Smoke You needs to, group up, stay together. You don't want to get caught off guard. Big rapid touchdown, though.
Yeah, Tempest Blades as well to follow it through. They will be able to find 1, 2. There, Kush getting caught low there, who's still able to run away, but not for long. Steven catches up. Zia comes in with Wave of the World, trying to lock them down as White Chicken is there to provide the backup. That's the backline target, but Steven gets wiped down, and that's going to be Zia picking up a shutdown again. It's a double for Zia, and it's somewhat of a wipeout. 4-0. Haru still in that base.
Yeah, this is rough. Lord, back up now, 8 minutes in. Looking at some of these items. Fried Chicken, he's got the War Axe, got the Bloodlust Axe. Finally got that core set ready to go, ready to make the plays. Bruno with the Endless Battle, Berserker Fury. Now looks like, is that a Blade of Despair coming in now to even stack on a bit more damage here? So, I mean, we're just looking at a big, high damage, high engage, high aggressive composition from BTK right now. And a little bit of action in the top. Zia almost getting locked down there.
Oh yeah, Zia will still fall there, even after kiting away, and that Shark dodging away. Goes in for a rapid touchdown earlier. Wasn't able to find any pace, but in the bottom side, once again, we can see that Mobazane just so massive at this point. He's able to dive the turret with no consequences. Abyssal Arrow does connect though. That's a bloody hunt as well. To lock Fried Chicken down under the turret. Shark picks up the kill in the mid lane. Will lose out on his life here inside of the base, but maybe, just maybe, Kush can come in with a Mystic Gush, gets the stun in. Damage not enough to burst anyone down right now. It is a 2 for 2 currently in the 9th minute.
Yeah, Shark's definitely giving up a few kills here. Like we said in the beginning, having some fun with it. 10-10. BTK holding this lead. Lord is up. At this point, I got a feeling BTK might not even want to go for Lord. Let's just try to... They didn't take a Lord last game. This game is going a bit farther than what we saw before. Kush with the recalls. Fried Chicken, Shark all ready to come back into this battle. Mobazane and Zia coming in onto this front line. Don't think they're going to try to force this tower just yet. But, you know, it's a bad position for We Smoke You here. Wondering exactly if there's any real possibilities. I'd love to kind of be the devil's advocate for the team that is falling behind, but it's hard to build a case for them right now. If I was a lawyer, this is not a case I'd want to pick up.
Yeah, for sure. You know, right now, it just seems like, again, pure domination from the side of BTK. The rapid touchdown, again, used by Shark, bringing Mobazane. At this point, I feel like he's not even gonna hit anyone, right? He's just bringing Mobazane around Atlanta Dawn, giving him a tour of the place, and even Kush going in for the base again, and they get it this time. Hikaru finally falls in that base, so, you know, there's progress here from BTK. Earlier on, they were getting wiped by Haru, but in that top side, Zia trying to cut away, gets suppressed, bloody pun in the Temple Blade, will find that kill for Steven. Once again, it is a 1-for-1. But no, it's actually 1-for-3, technically. 1-for-4, maybe.
I think we found the mission, right? We found the mission of BTK. Kill Haru. Do everything we can. Kill Haru. And they have finally completed that. Is Haru back to moving right now? So it looks like we may finally have him. You know, some of these guys are at home playing. Maybe we had some parents yelling, get off your phone. Who knows exactly what's going on, but a fight is breaking down in the bottom here, Mirko.
Yeah, Brandon caught here, goes in for the enhanced chain. Will be able to knock Fried Chicken up, but the rapid touchdown was not popped there to go in for the bottom side. Fried Chicken still trying to run away, as that's We Smoke You. They're not able to get anything here. Once again, rapid touchdown being used just to open up the map a little bit. Mobazane trying to punish that movement from the Finch poise coming in from Steven. But yeah, both teams, they just disengaged. They don't want to look for more, but maybe Brandon is a little bit overextended there. Might be punished here by Mobazane, who still has a jab. Goes in for another one. Won't be able to pick it up. And Shark picks up an assist, goes in for rapid touchdown. Is even connected this time, and the Mystic Gush to follow it through will find Steven. That Abyssal Arrow does not connect onto Kush. BTK are safe.
Yeah, and you can tell We Smoke You when Shark is driving around the map when that rapid touch, and you can tell they all kind of like disperse. They didn't want to force a fight. They know what's coming, and at this point, you know, they want to try to maybe even bait that engage. You know, bait that engage from Shark, and then come around at some angles. You know, they do have the Ling, they do have the possibilities for those type of plays to get to the back line, but they don't want to take BTK head on right now. Zia now taking an inhibitor away from them. Big burst damage from Mobazane onto Haru in the bot, and back in the top, Steven maybe taking this fight.
Yeah, Abyssal Arrow connected, but the rapid touchdown once again all the way under the base will be able to enable Zia to come in, but it is going to be him executed by the base turret. Now Zia looking for more, Wave the World there, connecting, but not enough to take anyone down. Steven trying to go for the damage, but he will be the one who gets caught in the stun, and that's going to be Mobazane. Looking for more on to that base, gets caught low. All three of them are somewhat low here, but Lord is going to be marching down. Mobazane once again for the knockout strike. Zia gets executed, and that's game number 2 done and dusted. A clean sweep for BTK.
BTK, as expected, I think, by many, takes the clean sweep. Of course, not the exact way I wanted to see it. You know, the second game was a bit of a fun match, you could say, but BTK does move forward, and they were prepared for this. They were ready for this, and I think it's something we all expect to see. And in the top 32, you know, as I mentioned, a lot of these teams are newer teams, still getting comfortable with this competitive style, still being ready, still having themselves prepared for these matches, because you never know who you're going to go up against. So BTK takes their rightful place in the next game. I think some of these stats, I mean, yeah, I could talk about the stats, but it was a bit of a weird game to kind of go into discussion on how we want to analysis this.
Yeah, it's a really tough one to analyze, right? Especially considering that, for the most part, Shark and Kush weren't playing the game. They were playing another game, right? It seems like they were playing a racing simulator or something. They were just roaming around. And yeah, BTK, what a dominant performance here. Game 1 and 2.
Yeah, just completely sweeping. So if you guys guessed that question of the day correctly with the 2-0 sweep on BTK, you might just be winning something. People will be contacting you, so make sure you stay in this stream. Make sure you continue to guess on these questions. BTK moves on to the next round. Now, we got some things to talk about, because up next we have, Mirko, what did you say? One of your favorite team, a team you had your eyes on the moment. We have Alter Ego up against Meta. Now, of course, this isn't the Alter Ego a lot of us know and love. But this is a team that may be showing some, showing that this is someone that they inspire to be. So the question is, can they keep up with their name, with the name that they are giving?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because right now, I'm caught in a dilemma. Who am I supporting? Alter Ego, because it's the name of an Indonesian org or Meta.
Of course.
If you guys don't know, there are two members on Meta who have Mikasa and Annie as their nickname. So I'm kind of leaning towards them because obviously I'm a biased anime fan, right? So yeah, we're gonna have to see how that goes. I think this is gonna be an interesting matchup, and we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, before we jumped on live, we were weebing out a little bit, me and Mirko, talking about AOT a little bit. Mikasa, Annie. Now, Mikasa I've seen her play, or I've seen him play, seen them play. They are a good player. Annie also used to be a player for Deuce Knights. So excited to see how they do on with this roster change. Alter Ego, kind of similar to We Smoke You, bit of a newer roster, not too familiar, but they have had a decent performance. They played a total of 3 games in the qualifiers. They did lose out at some point in the top. They had a bit of a poor performance up against Team First Blood, but Team First Blood is a team that I kind of got my eyes on. I think they're kind of the underdog team. I believe they're definitely going to finish in the top 8. So not a big, it's not a huge, you didn't lose against just anybody's, you know what I'm saying? You lost against a team that some consider to be possible Final 4 finishers here. Definitely excited about it. But before we go any farther, we are going to give it back to our wonderful host, Assassin Dave.
All right, thank you so much to Trex as well as Mirko for the incredible match one. That was a very entertaining match, I would say. We do have a little bit of power outage that's affecting some of the North America region, so it's affecting some of the players who are unfortunately, but with the esports spirit, we still have We Smoke You fight until the very end, and BDK bringing a very entertainment match for everybody to enjoy. So make sure to give all the team a great cheer and smash the like button on the stream. And don't forget to answer all the questions, interact with the community while we're at it. While we're setting up game 2, get yourself ready, get some soda, get some popcorn, because we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back for the second match between Ultra Ego and Meta. Don't go anywhere.
I won't let you die. The game is more fun in co-op!
The M on his chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. They shout and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champion of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Black Esports are your F2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together. Like 100 years ago.
For Richburg!
If this is our doom, I'll console myself we fought together. Necro Keep is where the light doesn't shine, they say. But we make our own light. We hold our ground!
Vexana! I did it!
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spare our wounds. Nothing will stop my world is the sky.
My war never ends. The Abyss welcomes like
Legendary! Legendary!
Bleeding Fury!
Double kill!
Don't get in my way. Mind your own business. I dreamed about all my fallen comrades.
Legendary!
Bleeding Fury!
What?
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. This out and wood. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing but more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champion of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Brad Esports are your M2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the North America Challenger Tournament knockout stage, the second match in day one. In this match, we have Ultra Ego taking on Meta, who is going to proceed to the next round. Remember, this is a single elimination stage, so every team will have to fight to the last breath, because if they don't, they will be knocked out of the elimination bracket. Yes, very, very exciting. There are a lot of stuff on the stake. Who's gonna get the win today? Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna quickly send it over to our incredible casters, Mirko and Trek Senpai. Make sure to follow their social medias. We'll also be tagging their social medias in the live stream chat, so you guys can follow them to follow their future content as well as live streams. They'll be doing a lot of Mobile Legends related content, including guides, tutorials, and live streams. So you don't want to miss all of those. Make sure to follow them with the tags in the chat. Without further ado, let's quickly send it over to the caster's desk.
All right, we are back for the second series, Alter Ego up against Meta. I mean, both these teams, semi-new. I know some of the players from Meta a little bit, but I want to ask you, Mirko, have you made your decision yet on what team you're going to support?
You know what? Since Alter Ego is a name that I am not too I'm familiar with the name. I'm gonna go with Alter Ego, right? Let's see what they have to bring on into the Land of Dawn here, especially up against Meta. Like you said, there are some members on Meta that are pretty well known here in NA.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely bringing some veterans. I think it's going to be a tough game for Alter Ego. I don't want to completely count them out. You know, I was looking at some of the statistics of both teams, and you have Aizen running the jungle from Alter Ego. He's only died 4 times in all of the qualifiers, but then I look over to Meta and I see Annie on the jungle. Only it's taken 2. So it's like, you know, both great scores, great KDAs, but could definitely be a problem. Like, Meta's just a little bit above them, but I got a feeling this should be a bit of a better game, a bit more of an I don't want to say better, a bit more of an even game than what we saw with the BTK versus We Smoke You.
Yeah, just as a recap, game number 1, or this first series of the day, BTK were able to 2-0 We Smoke You in very dominant fashion. Game 1 only lasted 8 minutes here, but obviously now we are going to be seeing Ultra Ego up against Meta. Then later on, we're going to see Ethereal up against Hikaru Esports, and Black Bulls going up against UltraViolet. Again, today, it's going to be very interesting, right? Especially starting from here, because like you mentioned, I feel like the skill gap won't be that crazy as game number 1, as series number 1. But it seems like we're going to just jump into the drafting game. Second series of the day. Let's see right here. Blue pick. The blue side of the map will be taken away by Alter Ego here.
Yeah, Alter Ego are coming in quickly, taking out the Ling, the Charizard. Now, you were mentioning bans last game, some of the things that you may have wanted to see. There is that Julian ban. There is that Xavier ban. Seems like already seeing things a little bit different than what we saw in the previous series. I like the Ling ban. I think a lot of teams have been banning out. Again, I just haven't seen the greatest Lings over here just yet, but the Xavier and the Julian, I respect them, especially for a game 1 ban. You don't know exactly what the other team's going to bring, so just safe, solid, comfort bans.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, go for the prio bans, but again, it does look like they are going to miss out on one of these bans here for the side of Alter Ego. They go for 2 bans. That one last ban didn't come out in time, and now they're going to go for the first pick in the draft for Alter Ego. Again, there are a lot of heroes opened up here. Wan being my favorite. I think it might just be picked up here for Alter Ego. We know how strong it really is currently in the meta, and it just does so well, to be honest, in lane and team fights everywhere. Just such a balanced hero.
You know, I've heard you on some previous casts. You're a big Wan fan, right? Big Wan fan. Never gonna give up.
My guy.
the number one Wan fan. All right. Now maybe the miss ban was a strategy. Leave a little bit more open for yourselves on the first pick. Leave the Wan open. Leave the Karina open. They do swap up the Beatrix here, so sadly, no Wan for you, Mirko.
No 1-1, but it might just be picked up here by Meta, right? They are already hovering towards Faramis. Now, this is a hero that I wanted to touch on in game number 1. but we just didn't see it at all. Faramis, after the revamp, I feel like it's just a really solid hero. It can be popped, it can be used as a roamer, as a mid laner, and I feel like it's all right, right? That ultimate is really, it just steals away the show in his kit, but it is looking like it might just be Yve and Selena. I feel like, again, Selena does work better as a roamer when compared to as a mid laner. We did see that mid lane picked up in the first game by We Smoke You, and now it seems like the roamer Selena will be picked up with the Yve in that mid lane. But no, they actually swap out last second to that Angela.
You know, the only problem I see with this, especially ever since Yve kind of got brought down, she's still an amazing, I think she's still an amazing mid laner. The problem is I feel like she really needs peel to be very, you know, to really be able to make those plays, or else she's constantly worrying about her position, constantly stressing about that. In this, not really able to get the right angles because she'll always be getting jumped on by the enemy team. And when you pick up this Angela, you kind of give up a lot of those peel possibilities by using that as your roamer here.
Yeah, but again, this is really interesting to me, right? The fact that 1-1 hasn't been picked up by either one of these teams. But what's even more interesting is the fact that we already have two heavy shield heroes, right? We have the Angela with a hard guard. We have the Yve with the real world manipulation, giving them shielding. But we're not seeing that Esmeralda pickup just yet. Alter Ego, they opt to go for a Bauman and a Kufra for now, and they leave out the Esme. Maybe for meta to pick up. They can now fully just capitalize on the fact that Esmeralda hasn't been picked up. They can actually just ignore it completely, ban it out in the second phase, and Alter Ego will have very little to respond to that shield, you know, basically the shield pressure coming in from meta.
Yeah, Esmeralda would definitely be a very solid pick, I feel like, for meta right now. You don't only get a very solid EXP laner, but you take away something that would counter you very hard right now. So possibly a misplay from Alter Ego there. Maybe they have something up their sleeve here. Again, you know, they decide to first pick that Dairoth. A lot of teams seeming to really prio that right now. Of course, it is flexible. Annie is the jungler. I don't know if she's going to be staying on this Dairoth or not. They are putting that Petrify on it, so my guess is it's going to run over into the XP lane here.
Yeah. It should just be the Dairoth in the XP lane. We have seen that Dairoth go to the jungle before, but I think right now there's just a lot of different junglers to choose from that are meta, that are really good. I feel like Dairoth has actually just dropped in that tier list when it comes to the jungle. But looking at the bans, it does seem like right now they're just trying, well, meta, they're trying to just narrow the picks down in the mid lane, putting that Lilia, putting the pressure. They already have 3 bans in total for that mid lane, and they might just go for another one here. They might just go for the Kagura, and they're trying to force, I guess, Alter Ego to go for something like perhaps a Sicilian here, right? Not a very good early game hero, especially considering that you can see the composition from meta. They kind of have that early game pressure, but no, they opt to go for a Lunox ban here as their final ban, and 1-1 comes down from Alter Ego in the second phase, which is very interesting again, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they picked up Beatrix, they left out the 1-1, both teams.
Yeah, definitely a little iffy. You know, maybe meta planning to the rest of their comp bring out some bulkier things. Maybe bring out something tanky in the jungle, so you want to defend yourself against the Lunox. But again, I'm still a little questionable about it, wondering what they're going to lock in for the end. I know Annie and Too Easy have been kind of swapping between the jungle role, so either of them feeling comfortable. On the opposite side, the Wan picked off. Probably gonna. I thought we were gonna see another gold laner ban here, but taking out the Karina instead, and the Clint maybe getting picked up here. Maybe a hover. I do like the Clint right now. Of course, like compared to the Beatrix, I think the Beatrix overall utility-wise wins out, but Clint, towards the end game, you know, not a whole lot of skill needed to just output some heavy damage. Can really just sit in the back lane and fire them shots. But one thing I'm still missing from the side of meta right now, no real peel for this Yve. Nothing really to defend them. It just looks like straight dive damage, and it could end up being a problem.
Yeah, we did actually see this kind of strategy at MSC, right? When it comes to peel, when it comes to cover, especially when Xavier is in your composition, you usually do try to look for that, but wait a minute, again, whoa. So Esmeralda gets picked up here, knowing that they did not ban it. It can be a very good hero to pick up for the side of Alter Ego, so they deny it from Alter Ego by picking it up, but that might mean that we're not getting a marksman in the side lanes for Meta. And you can already see they're kind of going crazy with the picks here. They go for the Fanny, locked in for gmail.com there. And, well, it's going to be swapped out, but Sicilian as well is being hovered, and I'm pretty sure it might just be picked up here. Yep, there you go. They already have that late game insurance. I think this is a very balanced composition from Alter Ego. And from the side of Meta, they still go for... Yeah, is this going to be the Clint and the Gold and Dyroth in the jungle?
I'm thinking that, we were talking about the possible flex from Meta earlier, and I think that's going to be the strategy here. Throw Dyroth in the jungle. But one thing I got to focus on, are we going to see this Fanny in the off lane here? EXP lane Fanny.
Oh, wait. 3 retributions as of right now. They might be just, they might just be doing this for show, but okay, there you go. You're right. It's the Fanny. Wait, that's a Vengeance Fanny here for Gmail. Oh, wow, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. We'll see how it pays off for them.
We might see some final changes. They had another 10 seconds to switch things up, of course. But, and I have seen some crazy things. I've seen Shark run Roam Fanny, make it work with the Petrify, early game pressure. I've seen the offlane Fanny a few times. Definitely not something I see every single game, but it does come into play here and there. Alter Ego pull off this kind of different comp, just making things a little bit changed up. Gmail is coming down the mid lane. Before we get any farther, this is Alter Ego up against Meta in the Land of Dawn, game 1 of the second series of tonight. You mentioned you're going to be voting for Alter Ego, so in the scheme of things, I guess I'm going to put my money onto Meta here. We're already seeing a bit of an engage, Mirko.
Yeah, in the early game, this is what Alter Ego, I feel like, wants it to do. And this is actually, again, gmail.com, playing the Fanny, not in the side lane, but in the mid lane. They actually opted to put Sicilian into that into the XP lane up against Esmeralda, just farming it up. So, again, we'll see how this works out. I don't know about this. Meta, with the pressure they have on the Esmeralda, you can just cut waves freely, and this will just give so much more map pressure over to Meta. It's actually going to make it so hard for Aizen to even just path around his own jungle here, because again, he's always going to be spot out by Meta. You can already see it here, Esmeralda pushing into that jungle, trying to just put in some pressure towards Aizen.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something about Annie in this early game. Gmail almost getting a nice pick on a Destiny. He did end up swapping out the Vengeance for the Petrify. So these are the possible plays we could see in the future, trying to focus on that gold lane. But I think, I don't know, Alter Ego, I feel like you might want to deal with Annie here. If Annie can just bully around, bit of a Tyrant's Revenge there. Mikasa does get away safely. But if Annie can just bully around in that bottom lane, it's going to be a lot of trouble for Aizen.
Yeah, back again to that mid lane. Let's talk a little bit about that, right? Because Fanny, sure, early game, the kill pressure is insane. Wave clear, not that bad, but the thing is, you really need that purple buff to really push that early game, right? Without the purple buff, it's still viable. You can still look for kills, but it's just going to be really tough. Aizen and Howl, they're already positioning themselves for this turtle. So Meta, they're already trying to maybe play for it. Gmail.com, just going in, using the cables, trying to look for something. That's going to be the Tyrant's Revenge connecting, and look at the damage coming in, almost taking down Mikasa there, who's forced to pop the sprint, and that's going to be the re-engage onto Kovsky. That's the real world inflation, locking him down, and Gmail.com will still be able to run out. However, Annie, he is looking for more here. He actually is going to be able to maneuver himself away, but Aizen is waiting there. He's looking for something here. As Keith also pops in that Bad Feast, goes in, but Howell's going to be the one who takes the Retribution down. He goes in for another engage onto Aizen, but they do not over-commit here. They do not commit onto the dive. They pull back, play disciplinedly.
Yeah, definitely, and especially with the Heart Guard on you, that's a point where a lot of players are like, all right, let's do this, let's dive, let's be aggressive. But Meta, keeping it safe, they get a kill, they get a turtle, they take a 1,000 gold lead here, so I like the discipline from Meta right now. Especially, you do have to be careful. You mentioned the early game possibilities of the Gmail of this Fanny. Yes, you don't have the blue buff, so I think it's gonna be slow, but there's a big kill from that Gmail. Speak of the devil. Now the problem is now you have to go back to base, get that energy back. So if Alter Ego can continue to make that energy count on this Fanny, then maybe they can secure something here. Destiny a bit of trouble.
Yeah, lethal counter is there. Will be popped by Aizen to secure the kill up top. And Alter Ego, yeah, they get the lead here that they want, right? Sure, a kill lead, but not a gold lead. Howl, though, he goes in way too aggressively, gets punished by the Turner's Revenge and the Rage, and gets comboed through by Alter Ego. They collapse onto him, and now it's that top side turret. Again, yes, meta, they've been able to get that bottom side pressure, but they're not getting objectives off of it. Alter Ego, they took that first turret down in that top side, and this is massive.
Yeah, I think maybe from Annie what we need to see is, yes, it's good that you're cutting this lane, but maybe, I mean, you cut this lane, so you're way ahead of Sicilian. Maybe rotate up, help out in this mid lane, put some pressure elsewhere on the map after you cut that lane, which we're seeing her do right now. But the problem is with the Fanny, with even Aizen rotating around this map, they know what they want to do. They focused hard on that gold lane from the very beginning, all the way to 4 minutes in, and they've taken that tower. At this point, Sicilian is swapping lanes with the Beatrix, so now Beatrix is going to farm up even more and more. Bit of an engage here.
Yeah, and he's still able to run away for a little bit there, but the lethal counter stops him in his tracks. That's going to be the Tyrant's Revenge and Rage as well from Kobski to lock Howl down. That's going to be a free turtle for Alter Ego. Aizen picks it up, and I'm kind of wondering now, when does the Fanny get the purple buff, right? Because Aizen hasn't rotated, he hasn't pathed towards it. Is this the time perhaps to give it over to Gmail and just, you know, enable him to get more on the board?
And it's not a bad idea at all, honestly. You know, you get a little bit into the game, and then you just swap up. Aizen's still going to be very reliable in the bottom lane, though. Big Tyrant's Rage.
Yeah, unable to connect more onto anyone. They can't really punish anyone as of right now, but Annie, he's just clearing out the waves. Again, both teams, they don't really want to overcommit at this point of the game. Clint, though, in that mid lane, Destiny making a very good rotation into that mid lane, punishing the aggressive movements, the proactive movements from Alter Ego, and I think this is what they need to do, right? They have a pretty solid late game composition if it does go to that point, but Gmail.com now looking for some damage, doesn't get the cables onto anyone, will just be forced to back up with the poke coming in from meta, and in the bottom side, Milk pops into the Mirror's Bash and flickers forward, trying to get Annie in a solo 1v1 there, but Annie is too slick with it, is able to maneuver himself out of the shotgun range.
Yeah, Annie will be okay for now, and she is sitting at the death, so it is a problem a little bit, and as we're starting, Alter Ego just keeping up the pace, and I do like that. Here comes a possible engage on Annie here, down in the bottom lane. Annie with the Falling Star Moon will connect.
Oh my god, with a hard guard as well. This is what we mentioned before. Annie's just going to be massive here with a hard guard. He dodges away from Kobski's Tyrant's Revenge. He's still able to maneuver himself out of here, but the lethal counter stops him once again. Haldo is here, however, to look for a re-engage. He goes for the Abyssum Strike as well. Kobski will be able to finally catch Howl on that Tyrant's Rage. With Mikasa roaming into the bottom side as well, they will be able to zone Kobski away from his own turret, and it feels like it might just be another free turret going to the hands of Meta here.
Yeah, Meta actually finally catching their first tower here, so a good play from them. Starting to hit a bit of this mid-game spike, getting a bit more aggressive. Gmail just gets deleted there. I mean, and I think Gmail might want to slow down at this point. You got a nice steamroll in the very beginning, but now you have to kind of know when your time is to take a step back. Don't be as aggressive as you were in the first 3 minutes, because Meta definitely hitting a little bit of a spike here and able to output some damage to just literally catch Gmail.com on this Fanny right off the cables and knock her on the ground.
Yeah, right now, it does, that seems to be the problem for Meta, right? They don't really have anyone to lock Gmail down, aside from maybe just damage, pure damage coming from Destiny, Howl, the ones who can actually just target him without landing skills, right? Just jumping onto him. But I feel like right now it's actually the Fanny who's really vulnerable because it doesn't have the purple buff. It's very easy to catch a Fanny without a purple buff because there you go, the energy, just it cannot, the damage and the cables will not be able to come through if he does not have that energy to push it out, to dish it out.
Yeah, the play is definitely to swap, and as I was mentioning earlier, you still have Aizen to capture those objectives. You still have the possibility for that, even if he doesn't take the blue buff, right? Like, you have the retro, you have the lethal counter, you have what pretty much his main focus is, his goal is, so why not just swap it over? But it seems like they don't want to do it. Destiny may just go down here. Heartguard does come in, and he may just be safe, but it might be time to go home.
Yeah, that was a very good hard guard coming in, literally in the last second there to save him, as gmail.com was able to dish out so much damage with the cutthroat, but just that one tick of damage, just one more HP left, wasn't able to take him down. And now Meta are actually the ones who are pushing the pace. They're getting the turrets down as Copsy looks for an engage there in the bottom side, doesn't connect on the 6, but Destiny overextended, will get punished by Aizen with the lethal counter. He gets picked off, but they will be able to find a trade in the mid lane. That's a mid lane turret going down for the price of a bottom side turret. It's still very much worth it for Meta as of right now.
Yeah, Meta finally finding their groove, it feels like. And even though they are behind in kills, they have a slight lack in gold, they seem to be controlling the map pretty well. Taking that mid tier 3 tower is huge. It's going to give them a bit more access, a bit more ability to rotate. In the mid lane, looks like a little bit of action possibly happening here.
Yeah, they go on to Annie, but the real world inflation will be able to lock them in place. As that's going to be Annie going to the back line, finishing Milk off, and they're looking for more here. Aizen trying to chase down Mikasa, who has the sprint, won't be able to do that. Annie goes in for falling stun one, unable to connect, but Kopsky now, Tyrant's Revenge and Rage combo there with the help of Gmail, and the lethal counter to pick up the double kill. Meta, they overextended, were too aggressive. They could have gone for the Lord, but they get punished instead by Alter Ego.
Yeah, what a terrible time for that heart guard to wear off. She was doing so well for a moment there. Then you just see the Angela pop out, and both of them stomped on by the lethal counter. So we need to see a little bit better timing on some of those skills, a little bit more thinking during these fights in the way you're engaging, because like you said, they could have taken the Lord there, and now you're giving it over to Alter Ego. Lord will go down, Aizen takes it, and Hal now maybe a little too deep.
Yeah, look at that. Gmail, oh my goodness, with the cables, is able to just maneuver himself to get the cutthroat onto the Yves. Haldo looking for the damage, coming again. The Petrify comes through, but he will be the one who gets taken down. Keep once more, he will fall. A double kill picked up by Meta and Alter Ego. They are making the same mistakes as Meta right now. They get the objective, but they are staying way too long. And instantly you can see the punish from Meta.
Yeah, Meta's just, I mean, yes, you get the Lord, but you lose 3 of your heroes. Definitely a win for Meta. They're going to melt out in this Lord, move on to this towers, and even once again, Meta, for a second, it feels like they lose, but they always seem to be coming back in this game and taking a bit more piece by piece. Yes, you win out in one team fight, but re-respond even harder. Annie now sitting at 3-3, too easy, 4-2. Destiny's the only one who's doesn't seem to be having a huge impact with this Clint right now, but still some amazing late game insurance with the Clint. Kind of starting to see this Fanny fall off as well for the side of Alter Ego. We saw her get that nice pick on a Destiny a second ago, but then you're out of energy, as you've been saying the whole game, no blue buff, and you're just a sitting duck getting completely taken out from Aizen there.
Oh man, you can already see this is what I like about Beatrix though, Trex, and the fact that you can just wait in the bush and play like an assassin, right? When you have that Wesker, when you have your first few items, it's just the power spike that hits. You can straight up just assassinate people, but Kopsky gets a very good pick into the mid lane. The lethal counter was not able to actually dish out enough damage to take Mikasa down, and there you go. Real world inflation, lock keep in place, but the sprint there was popped. He will be able to get out. Annie looking for some damage onto Aizen, but he will still be able to pick up the Lethal Wanderer. And man, wait, Aizen has just been insane in this game. 7-0-1, and he's been really efficient with taking the paths here on the jungle. Petrify and Kopsky with the follow-up. That's a kill.
That was a beautiful follow-up there. And, you know, there's been a few times that gmail.com has not been able to get the finish with the cutthroat, right? And you leave him at a sliver of health. But this time, Alter Ego, it's like the foresight was there. We know you're not going to be able to finish it, but we're going to come in right after you and help clean things up. So nice plays continuing from Alter Ego. And as you mentioned, Aizen sitting at 7-0-2. Almost fully stacked out in items. He's only got 2 more to go. Cursed Helmet, Guardian Helmet, Dominance Ice in as well. He's literally got 3 hats on right now, just walking around the land of Dawn. Nothing is breaking that skull in as he continues to rampage through this game.
Yeah, I think right now would be a very good time to give the purple buff over to either Keep or Gmail. They end up giving it over to Keep, so the Sicilian will have more mana, will have more resources to dish out more damage, and I like that, right? Finally, we're seeing the purple buff actually being put onto someone who actually kind of needs it, right? Bauman, unfortunately, doesn't really need that purple buff, so Gmail, he is using his Fanny to somewhat just split push in that bottom side, putting on some pressure and forcing the Clint to just be nailed there. He cannot leave. If he leaves, he is going to lose a turret. And even in the mid lane here, Annie is able to open up the map, goes up the sprint, but the thing is Powell jumped into the engage, dishing out a lot of damage, but Milk is still there. Oh my god, this right was not able to connect. It was actually a bait from Ultra Ego to bring them forward. Kopsky popping, charging it, Annie goes in, but Destiny gets caught in the claws. Now, once again, they're going in, and Kopsky gets the Tyrant's Rage onto 2. The collapse comes through. Gmail.com looking for the back line, but the real world relation was able to trade Milk back in. Meta and Ultra Ego trading blow for blow. 1 for 2 right now, but Kopsky once again with the Tyrant's Revenge is able to find Mikasa, who is forced to back up with the sprint. Now, Meta, they lose out on that 2 for 1, but it is still them controlling this map pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, Kopsky just been making some really nice plays, especially now. I mean, in the beginning, didn't see anything crazy, but now he's really feels to be finding his groove, making some nice engages for his team. Even when that fight started to slow down a little bit, Kopsky comes back, dives across the whole mid lane, but Lord is up Mirko, and he wants to try to contest this.
Oh, let's see if they can keep, once again, just such a very good position here right now. He's able to go in, maneuver himself all the way to the back line. Gmail.com gets bursted down by the Clint, and Destiny, he's looking for more. Alter Ego, they got the Lord, but they might just lose all of their members here. Danny is still looking for more. Milk caught there, goes in for the Renner shot. Ultimate will not be able to find anyone, and they will back away. It's a 2 for 0 for Meta, but yeah, Alter Ego, they get the Lord.
And I'm thinking, you know, I'm like, is it worth it? And this is the second Lord Alter Ego has kind of whiffed a little bit, and I'm wondering if maybe you're forcing it. Yes, you went out on this big team fight, you go for Lord, and this is the second time you've lost 2 or 3 members while taking the Lord, and now you're getting nothing out of this push. So I think from here on, you've got to kind of rethink it. Position yourself in that Lord. Use Kopsky to zone a little bit. Don't let any come in, but something happening in the bottom lane now.
Yeah, this is a very, very weird engager from Ultra Ego. They're gonna get punished here, as that's 3 members taken down, and they lose 2 fatalities in that fight. So Meta, they've just gained a huge advantage this time around. They were able to actually equalize the gold lead as well.
Every time Alter Ego has an advantage, it seems like they're blowing it on either a misengage, taking a fight they just shouldn't. I feel like they were coming out on top in so many things, but every time Gmail trying to engage, nothing too major though. Meta still winning in towers right now, holding the lead, a little bit of a gold lead, pretty much a dead even. Still feel like it could go either way, both teams being pretty aggressive overall on the map. Something I wanted to mention earlier when you said Keep's name, we haven't really talked about him a lot, and he only has 2 deaths. Earlier only had 1, and I wanted to talk about him then. Now he's got 2, so it's a little bit rougher, but still, as we're creeping into close to the 20-minute mark, another Lord coming. He should be getting those stacks up. He's going to start out putting more and more and more damage, which could become a major problem for Meta in this late game.
Yeah, they actually have also, if you take a look at the items here, 3 dominance ices here, okay? I understand they're up against a lot of shield, and there you go. That's the pressure that they have. The real world relation locks them in place with a Abyssal Strike to follow it through. Kopsky gonna get caught there, but Sanguine Falls will be able to help them disengage. Eisen caught, going for the damage once again. They're gonna be able to slow him down, and Killing Spree will be picked up by Mikasa. Meta here in the late game. They're pushing the pace. They're getting the damage done with Gmail.com with the cable. It's Destiny. The Sanguine Claws will be able to punish 1 member, but 6, he gets out with 1 HP. Still has that immortality, so not that much, it wasn't much of a threat there. But again, Meta, they're playing this really well in this late stage of the game.
Yeah, and they're playing around with that world manipulation so well, right? Like, they're not really jumping out of range. They're waiting for the moment. Right there, we just saw all of Alter Ego grouped up. Mikasa lays down the world manipulation. 6 uses a heart guard to get onto 2 easy, or Annie in past fights, and they just keep it in that range. And you just see all of the members inside of the world manipulation slowly drop down in health. So Meta not taking fights when they're not ready, you know? When everyone has these ultimates and they have the combos ready to go, they make the play happen. Alter Ego needs to be careful of that. They can't be taking fights on Meta's terms. They have to find their own way around this, because if they don't, they're just going to keep on falling inside that world manipulation.
Well, this might be it, right? Go for the pickoffs and Howl. There you go. He gets caught out, and the burst comes through to collapse as well. Once again, Mikasa pops her ultimate out, but it will not actually be able to be followed up by anyone. Aizen goes very deep into that back line, and Alter Ego, they need to back out of this one, but maybe they can go for one more. Mikasa gets taken low, but Gmail, he jumps in, unfortunately unable to get that one basic attack down to finish Mikasa off, and it's still just a 1-for-0 for Alter Ego. But again, Meta, they're the ones who have map pressure. They can contest the Lord. They can just go for it. Gmail.com forced to back away, and Kopsky, he's left all alone on the bottom side. He will be collapsed on. He will lose his immortality. He does go for a Tyrant's Rage onto 2, but it will not be able to be followed up through. Maybe I was wrong though. Gmail dishes out a lot of damage, but it was only on to the Roamer. 6 takes a lot, but he's going to be able to recall, sustain back up as Annie, he keeps on going here with that Ice Queen wall, is able to slow Keep down, but it seems like Meta don't really want to push it more, push forward more. They want to just back up. Gmail though, he has other plans. He wants to be the ones. He wants to be the one to go in for the proactive movement here. Again, no, he just gets caught out in the real world inflation again. And Meta, they somehow were able to turn that around once again. It was 1-for-0. Now it's 2-for-1.
Yeah, Alter Ego needs to know when to back off. Meta, and I think it's become a problem for Gmail as well. He keeps going in for Mikasa, and then Destiny's just kind of sitting there like, oh, I'm waiting for you. Fires off first skill, fires off grenade bombardment, and just melts down. Lord does go over to Meta. This time, this is their first Lord, though they have always responded well to the past Lords. This could be a bad position for Alter Ego here.
It's a very bad position. Like right now, the Sicilian hasn't been able to get any stacks in, right? Like they've been fighting a whole lot. The skirmishes coming through. And take a look at the items, right? Sicilian was forced again because they left out so many of these sustain heroes open. He's forced to build a dominance ice for himself, right? Do you think he should have just went for if they did actually want more anti-healing, should they have gone for an NOD here instead of a dominance ice for the Sicilian?
I mean, the Necklace of Durance, I don't really know how, like, yes, with the Bat's Feast, in theory, it should work pretty well, right? It should kind of drop everyone down. And then at least some of the rest of your team can pick up some magic defense to deal with Mikasa right now, because that is obviously their biggest issue. The real manipulation is shredding down Melk, all of those things, but enough item talk. Lord is crashing it onto this inhibitor, Mirko.
Yep, top side taken down here by the Lord, and that's Mikasa again. Just, he knows when to pop this out, and because of that, Kopsky's engage will not be able to amount to anything in the top side, though. Gmail, he's gonna get outplayed. He gets out with one last cable. Look at Meta. They're looking for the base this time around. Aizen jumps in for the damage, but it's giving Kopsky, who jumps in once again for the Tyrant's Revenge. Doesn't get the Tyrant's Rage onto anyone. He gets kited and killed. The killing spree will be picked up by Destiny. They're looking to end the game, and they will do it. Game number 1 for Meta.
Definitely very back and forth, but Meta seemed to always kind of have the edge, right? Even when Alter Ego was winning out in those early game team fights, some flashy plays from gmail.com and everything, it seemed like Meta had the object in their eyesight. You know, they knew what they were doing, they had a plan, and they persecuted it perfectly. They take the game, 2015, a much longer game than what we saw earlier, 21 minutes. Definitely, I mean, a good fight from Alter Ego. I wanted to see Keep pop off a bit more. Maybe, like you said, he just wasn't able to get those stacks, getting choked out a little bit, sitting at 3-2-2, did not do the greatest, and maybe Necklace of Durance would have been the item to pull in. So many dominance ices, and honestly, all of them are only sitting with one magic defense. Mouth also getting shredded down. Definitely something they need to think about in their next game if they want to try to pull this into game 3.
You can kind of say that this was an upset, right? If we take a look at the polls here, it was actually Ultra Ego who's winning at 69% to 31%. Yeah, Meta, they showed up big time in that late stage of the game. Once that Lord, I think it was turned around in that Lord fight, right? The first Lord fight, that was where Alter Ego had the advantage. They were actually able to get the Lord, but the fact that they lost 2 members means that, again, it's Meta who have map control, who can clear out the Lord, and who can just position themselves better. That's exactly what got them the win. Ultra Ego, a little bit too aggressive in that bottom side play, and they lose 3 members, they lose 2 immortalities, a lot of resources burnt. That was just the beginning of the end for them.
Yeah, you mentioned too aggressive, and you stole the words out of my mouth. I was thinking trigger happy, right? And even with the competition, with the Fanny and all of this aggression, very, very trigger happy. Always wanting to take a fight, even when they were losing. Like Gmail continuing to come in and try to get to that back line. And as the game went on, the strategies started to dwindle off, and there just seemed to be no change up. Sometimes you have to know when, all right, we need to take a back foot now. We need to play on the defensive. We need to not play like we're winning this game throughout the whole thing, especially if you're starting to lose the game. Hopefully in this game, they do switch some things up. Maybe we don't see the Fanny this time. Maybe they, switch the way they want to draft this out. But Meta standing at the leader here. We will be jumping into the draft. Meta this time will have first ban, first pick.
Yeah. Again, right? Maybe it's because of the fact that, again, this is being streamed. There is a little bit more pressure on these players to perform. A lot of people are watching them, and maybe because of that, they're getting a little bit too much momentum, right? Adrenaline rush is a thing. They could be maybe too pumped with adrenaline. They're too aggressive because they're too hype, right? Especially because a lot of these teams, like you mentioned, are rookies. The players are rookies, and we'll just have to see in game number 2 whether or not they're able to calm themselves down, keep it chill, because it's going to get tough, especially for Ultra Ego, considering that right now, Meta, they're at match point. One more game to end it all. And we can already see, like you mentioned, the first pick already taken by Meta. With the 1-1 ban, they're surely maybe trying to look for another Yve first pick.
Yeah, leaving themselves open. And the Yve worked so well for Mikasa. And even the whole team just worked around it so well as well. It's not like she was just a great Yve player. The whole team knew how they wanted to take every single team fight. And even the Angela, I haven't seen... I know the Angela is popular for a lot of teams, the combos, for pairing it up with the Ling, certain things like that. But definitely not the most meta pick, at least over here in NA, right? But they made it work very, very well. We were worried about the Esmeralda, and that was a definite miss from Alter Ego in the first draft. Hopefully, they've collected themselves. They let the adrenaline go down, and they're ready for this second game. Akai getting picked off here. Valentina, Yve coming out, getting banned off from Alter Ego. So a solid ban from them, learning their lesson. This is going to force Meta to bring in something new.
Yeah, the respect is being shown here in game number 2. We already saw what the Yve was capable of doing, and I agree with the game this time around, right? MVP was definitely Mikasa in game number 1. Just enabled the team so well, was the initiator in a lot of these fights, but they've left another hero open. A hero that was banned in game number 1, Xavier now on the hands of Mikasa. We'll see him on another high ground hero, as we are going to take a look at Ultra Ego, who are hovering instantly on that Beatrix. Now, they picked Beatrix first in game number 1. Do they want to go for that again? Or, yes, here it is. I wanted to mention it. Terizla is open here in game 2. They can take it with the Beatrix maybe, or they can take this and put it as a roamer. That's something we've been seeing a whole lot of in Indonesia. Terizla, roamer, so much damage, a lot of good engage, and you're so tanky, man. You're so tanky on Terizla.
So when they pick up the Terizla roamer, we've seen a few teams try it. It hasn't really done super well. Do you still pick up like the Bloodlust Axe to give yourself some of that sustainability, or do you just go full tank on the roam Terizla?
It really depends, right? If you already have that initial lead, I feel like going for the Bloodlust Axe, just dealing out damage and sustaining based on your base damage alone would be great. But if it is somewhat even, or if you do fall behind on the Terizla roam, it is somewhat better to just go full tank. We need someone to just stay in front, take and soak in as much damage as possible. But again, now that they do have that Terizla picked up, it's time for Meta to now try to counterpick it. What do they want to pick in the gold lane? In the XP lane, perhaps, against a Beatrix, against a Terizla. My bet would be a Yuzong here for the XP lane, but they instead are hovering over a clip that worked well in game number 1, and an Edith. Now, hey, this is an interesting pick. We haven't seen Edith in such a long time. Hey, she's in the game. Glad to see her still in the game, because I haven't seen her literally, I think in 3 months, man. It's been a rough few patches.
Yeah, and what's funny is she does have like those CC capabilities. She does have the engage capabilities. Wondering if they're going to opt to put her in the EXP lane up against this Charizard or as a roamer or something of that nature. I know a lot of teams have been favoring her as a roamer for those early game like those early game pressure, trying to get some nice ganks off inside. Because if you get caught up in that, the toss, the knock up, the whole chain of her skills, it's kind of like a death sentence.
Yeah, and you can see again the Balmond jungle being prioritized here for Alter Ego, and I can see why, right? Aizen, he was performing really well in game number 1, even despite his team losing in that early stage, right? He was always the consistent member. He was the one who's getting objectives on the board with the lethal counter, getting kills and picks, but yeah, so far we haven't really seen that much from Balmond, right? Even when he got that 7-kill lead, he wasn't really able to punish more in towards that late game. He does fall off. So currently it's the same ban coming in from both teams, Lilia and Karina, from the second phase of game 1. And if they follow the same trend, it's, yeah, they might just go for, again, the same exact bans. But I feel like right now it's a good chance for Alter Ego, no, for Alter Ego, yeah, to ban out. Okay, I think just the jungle, right? Just ban out some junglers here.
Yeah.
You already have that Karina out. Now ban one more jungler. Based on what we've seen, maybe the Fanny can be banned here, right? I mean, wait. They might just go for a ban towards Dyroth? Question mark.
Possibly. I mean, you've already taken out the Ling, you've already taken out the Karina. Obviously, they're thinking about this just as hard as you are. We haven't seen a whole lot from 2EZ4. He played the Ballman last time. They're here, Dyroth. Good call on that one. I think he is pretty limited right now. I'm wondering what we're going to see from the jungle of the side of meta here. Do we see something kind of like a Lancelot? Something a bit more aggressive, damage base? I'm wondering, Aizen's keeping it simple with the Ballman, the same exact hero we saw him play last time. Yes, he did have a great record, but it wasn't enough to take the win, right? So I want to see a little bit of a switch up, and they have brought that with the Charizard, but right now they still have the Beatrix, they still have the Ballman. They need to maybe change something here. Kaboski played a great Kufra last time. I don't know how well that would do in this matchup. A couple possibilities open, wondering what we might see. The Atlas is open right now, something that's been banned a lot. Could do maybe decent against the Edith and anything else that meta has in store.
Yeah, right now it does seem like Alter Ego, they're setting up for a front-to-back composition, right? They already have the Charizard, they have the Balmond, 2 beefy members in the front with the Beatrix in the back. Maybe now, get some more, maybe, I feel like, okay, they go for another frontline. Esmeralda gets picked up, so I was right.
You're
again.
right.
The Charizard goes to the roam position. All right, that's gonna be interesting to see. But the Paquito will be picked up, and yes, that Ruby pick would actually be, that would be really good. That would really shut down the momentum coming in from Alter Ego, considering that they have 3 melee heroes in their composition. It gets locked in, and now Alter Ego, they need a solid mage. Yes. Oh, that just, yeah. That's it. It's a full front-to-back composition from Alter Ego, and it's a multi-dimensional composition for meta.
Yeah, but that Ruby can definitely spell trouble for Alter Ego here, especially because these melee heroes aren't like, they're not, I mean, Ballman's got some mobility. Yes, the Esmeralda has some mobility, but not like dash mobility, And when they try to do this, if 6 can be there to catch them and stop them in their engages, it's going to be helpful for Mikasa and Destiny. Also with this kind of front-to-back composition from meta as well, I feel like that could be the breaking point right there for Alter Ego. They need to find a way to work around this Ruby on these engages, because if she's there to stop them, it is definitely going to be a problem.
Right now, again, I'm gonna have to say Alter Ego, right? Just because I was right on some of the predictions, like the Dyroth ban and the Charizard roam, I'm gonna go still sticking with Alter Ego. I would love to see the series go full 3 games, right? 2-1 would be amazing to watch. But Trex, do you have the same opinion?
I always like a best of 3. I want to see competition. I'm not a big sweep fan. Of course, I mean, I do like watching it occasionally if it's like your favorite team or or something, but I'd rather see a big competition, and it is possible. I wouldn't say that Alter Ego just got swamped last game. I wouldn't say that they just got completely destroyed or anything. They did have the early game, and they were even able to make some nice plays. They just kind of whiffed and made some rough plays during the Lord time. So I think this time what they need to do is approach the Lord in a different situation. If they do get an advantage, don't overkill. Take a step back, take a breath, evaluate the situation, and make your next play correctly.
Oh wow, this is a very aggressive movement from Alter Ego already in the early stage. They actually cancel out the regeneration as well, so Destiny, he's forced to back away. And Meta, they actually decide, they opt to go for the response by just going to the bottom side, so they're gonna actually lose out on the mid lane pressure once again. So Alter Ego didn't lose anything by making that play happen, and Meta didn't really punish Alter Ego for roaming that early in the game, so it's just really worth it right now for Alter Ego, especially for Milk in that gold lane, who's able to get, I think Destiny wasn't able to get the gold minion.
Yeah, not only that, so Alter Ego once again keeping some fast rotations. Last time, of course, they had the Fanny, so that was why we see the fast rotations. But even with this Charizard as a roam, they seem to be wanting to move around, and they're focusing on this gold lane. Once again, they want to try to set Destiny back a little bit. Annie and Keep, having a bit of an endless battle here, nothing too major. Down in the bottom lane might be a little bit of action. Paquito, 2EZ4, trying to steal this camp away. So both teams kind of clashing it out right now. I do like the way Meta, I feel like Meta's been a bit more aggressive in the early game than what we saw last time. Kind of answering back to these early rotations that Alter Ego's trying to make, saying, no, this time you're not going to just go anywhere you want. We're going to meet you where you want to meet.
So far in the early stage though, it is very similar to game number 1. It is still Alter Ego who are controlling the map, getting that neutral objective, but yeah, there you go, Meta. Oh my god, and he just flickers forward, gets the onward there, gets the Earth Shatter, will be able to pick up the first blood as gmail.com with the Charizard roam and the sprint is able to find one trade. That is still worth it for Alter Ego. They got the objective, they got a 1-for-1, and they get Mikasa. Of all the heroes there, they got the mid laner. This will give Kobsky so much time once again to stack into that mid lane.
Yeah, and we already saw Mikasa kind of falling behind in the mid lane earlier when that rotation happened, trying to clean up these minions as it comes towards her instead of being ahead in the rotation. So Alter Ego seemed like they have a very solid early game in game 2. Like you said, controlling the map, keeping it up. But Meta seems to be okay with that, even in game 2. I think as long as they can, wait for that time, kind of like what we saw in game 1, because they did. Penalty zone coming in on a 6 here. He does flicker out, able to get away, but Melk does not want to let that happen. Melk will go down. A nice play from them.
Yeah, this is just why Charizard feels so strong right now, right? The base damage from his abilities is just so insane. He also has that crazy engage potential with the ultimate. So right now they're looking for collapse again into that bottom lane. Mikasa, Mystic Field onto 3 members, and look at the collapse. How gets the knockout strike, and the damage comes through. Meta, such very good patience there from How to just wait it out, waiting for Mikasa to get there to punish them.
And this is what we keep seeing from Meta, right? They're patient. That's what I can really give them in these past 2 games. They know to wait for the moment to strike off cam. Aizen will go down. Another beautiful pick from 6. I'm guessing we saw a 6 locking him up possibly, and too easy for Howdis coming in with a knockout punch. So Meta waiting for the moment to strike and finding it every single time throughout game 1. Game 2, Gold now getting to about even. So as we creep into this mid game, Meta once again finding their spike.
This is, literally playing exactly the same as game number 1, right? Alter Ego with the initial neutral objective control. They lose out on 1 skirmish, and instantly Meta, they just recover from it. They get control, and now look at this. The Charizard goes in with a sprint, and he will be punished instantly. The Dawning Light, Annie with the ultimate, everyone just dealing out so much damage, and Alter Ego can't really withstand it right now. I don't know. Did the Charizard go for the Bloodlust Axe like we mentioned, because they were pretty, ahead in the early stage? Because it feels like he's really squishy right now.
Yeah, taking a little bit too much damage. And again, the Paquito is doing pretty well right now. Too easy for Hal. He's 2-0-3, so you're going to have to be careful. He's got the War Axe locked in. Charizard is going for Bloodlust Axe and hasn't even picked up any takey item other than those boots. So maybe they felt like they could keep up that early game that they had last time. But the problem is with that, you've now taken 2 deaths on gmail.com, right? And now he is very far behind, and he cannot be that frontline engager, not for a while at least.
Yeah, it's just going to be very, very tough here. That's going to be the engage once again from Hao, dishing out the damage onto Gmail, who goes in for a little bit more. Sanguine Claws connecting onto Destiny, pulling him back towards the bad impact, but Meta, they are able to back away. Alter Ego don't commit into that fight. Hao still waiting in that bush, looking for to deal more damage on to Aizen. But both teams, yeah, they're just going back to their lanes, respective lanes. Destiny, respecting the damage, will just recall. He has lost a lot of HP. Not too sure where that came from. Was it the Matrix, or maybe perhaps was it Aizen? But yeah, both teams are just looking for skirmishes, and there you go. That's the Mystic Field to catch them out, and that's the kill picked up by Annie. A killing spree. Keep tries to look for compensation, goes in for the falling stun wound, but will be zoned away instead by Annie, who's just massive in this game, and they're looking for more. Mystic Field connecting at will. Mikasa has just been so on point from game 1 to game 2. Meta gets a huge lead here, 7-2 in the scoreboard.
Yeah, 7-2. 1,000 gold lead. Meta now taking a nice lead here. Not only that, but taking some towers on the map. Destiny now going to be able to rotate around a little bit, open up his field. We may see a bit more action coming from him. He hasn't taken a single death yet, which for me, for a gold laner in the early game, as long as you don't take any deaths, you don't really need any kills. Just farm up your items, get ready for the mid game so you can start making some strikes. One thing I got to say that I've noticed, Alter Ego has no real disengage. To whereas we have the Mystic Field from Mikasa, we have 6 who we knew was going to be a problem for Alter Ego this game. If Meta doesn't want to take a fight, they have a lot of possibilities to get away from it. They also have good possibilities to catch Alter Ego. Alter Ego, their only real engage right now is the penalty zone. Yes, you have the Falling Star Moon from Keep, but they're just kind of lacking, I feel, in that mechanic of these team fights.
Yeah, and it really feels like Alter Ego, they kind of want to contest these neutral objectives, but they are kind of hesitant with it, right? You can see it. Keep, he goes in, but the rest of the team were just not on the same page, and now Keep will actually be zoned away, isolated from from the other members on his team. Gmail.com, he goes in 1v4. He doesn't get caught in the Mystic Field, though, and Kopsky is able to find Destiny in the Sanguine Claws, but look at the Eye of Blended, pulling Kopsky back to play. The Dawning Light snipes him, and it's Alter Ego who are actually the ones who are able to pick up a trade in that mid lane, and I think it might be, yeah, I think right now it is worth it for Alter Ego to get a little bit more map pressure back by taking that mid lane turret.
Yeah, but Mikasa taking that death in the early game does not seem to be phasing her. Even early on in that scrim in the bottom, after she took the death, she was still outputting some decent damages. This is the problem with Xavier, right? Now he's already got some core items set in, Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, and that's really, I mean, at this phase of the game, that right there, we catch you off guard when all of you are grouped up. That Dawning Light is going to do an amazing amount of damage. Milk taking a bit too much. Penalty zone coming in here, Mirko.
Yeah, 6 gonna get caught there. Mystic Field again, and the Dawning Light finds another killing spree picked up by Mikasa. He's just dealing out so much damage. He's looking for one more. He will get it. It's a double kill from Mikasa, and man, Mikasa has just been so on point. The Mystic Field, the Dawning Light again, always so efficiently used just to chain in the damage to get the kills.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough for Alter Ego to try to come back from this, right? I mentioned that they'd have no real disengage. They're even at this point with gmail.com being so squishy, you know, opting for that Bloodlust X Firks. They have no one that can really engage without just getting melted down. He's also so behind on gold right now. Definitely a problem for Alter Ego here right now. And yes, he is a roam, and he's not like 2 behind 6 who's also a roam, but still opting for that Bloodlust may have been a huge problem. Lord is up right now, already down to 50% health. I don't know if Alter Ego wants to contest this.
I feel like it's going to be it's really tough to contest this. They're going to lose out in the fight, but it might actually be gmail.com turning it around. They get the Sanguine Claws connected there, and they will be able to find Howl. That's the jungler down. That's a big member taken out already. 4v5 now with a 4v4 actually with Keep taken down on the bottom side, but Alter Ego seemed to have the advantage this time around because, again, the jungler was the one who was picked off from Meta.
Yeah, now we're finally seeing a little bit of patience from Alter Ego. Game 1, Alter Ego would have went straight for that Lord, but this time, we even the playing field. You take one, we take one across the map, and now does look like there may be a contestation finally, as Annie is in the back wave, so in the bottom lane, so Alter Ego will have the advantage here.
It's all about Mikasa, how he positions here. He's gonna go in once again. I'm offended onto more and the taunting right as well. They're able to combo it together. They get the double kill from Destiny, and the Lord will fall to the hands of Alter Ego. Mikasa way too aggressive there. Milk punishes him there, but again, it's Meta finding the better team fight on top of Alter Ego, who gets the Lord, the objective. They're the ones who have map pressure.
I'm watching a replay right now. I'm watching a replay. Yeah. Alter Ego gets first Lord. Meta strikes back and takes the advantage over it.
Oh man, that I'm offended. Oh, that was beautiful, man.
Yes.
And the fact that it was comboed in instantly with the Mystic Field, instantly with the Dawning Light, that was just such good coordination coming through. And I mentioned it, right? Just it's all about Mikasa, how he positions in these team fights. And obviously it was 6 with a huge play, but the follow-up coming through was just so massive from Destiny and Mikasa.
Yeah, beautiful plays over. I mean, over the map 6. This Ruby has been coming in clutch as well. Those I'm Offended flickers, stopping all the engages from Alter Ego, doing a wonderful job. Destiny, I mentioned him a lot earlier, but 203, still not a single death. So even if I was trying to argue for Alter Ego's late game, you know, Meta still has a lot of stuff up their sleeves. If this game happens to go into the 20+ minute time, it's gonna definitely be a hard answer. Yes, they have Milk, but Milk is also falling far behind. Meta staying aggressive here up in the top lane.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses of brilliance from Alter Ego's composition, how they were able to pick up Howl in the skirmish earlier before the Lord. But again, oh my goodness, the Mystic Field just connects again, and they're able to find one more. Sanguine Claws, though, bringing them back, and that's going to be Gmail.com, who jumps in with a knockup, finding 2. Milk doing the damage, 6 caught there without the conceal. He's going to have to fall as well. 2 for 1 right now for Alter Ego. Are looking for more. Milk flickers in, gets the shutdown, and picks up a double kill for himself. That's the 3 for 1 trade that we were talking about.
Really lock up these plays, these combos between all of their heroes. But Alter Ego, for the first time, I feel like in the past 2 games, finally landing some combos of their own. Gmail.com seeming a little bit bulkier finally. So I was a little worried about their late game possibilities, but now with the position of how that last team fight went, it does look like there's still a sliver of hope for Alter Ego.
Oh, another pick off here, but it might be 6 who gets time offended. He will be able to pop that out, and it's a bait, actually, for that backline to be targeted by Howl. 6 is the one still targeted. Penalty zone, gonna be popped by Aizen to knock both of these members up, but look at the members who were taken down. It was 6 traded in for Kopsky, and that's a shutdown picked up by Howl. A double kill onto Milk, onto Kopsky, and Gmail.com falls as well. It's a disaster for Alter Ego. They're losing members left, right, and center. It's a 4 for 1 trade. Meta here again with the team fight to pick up the Lord.
Man, it looked so picture perfect for them. You know, they're sitting in this bush, 6 just walks right into them. But the moment that team fight evolved, you see Kopsky kind of fall off to the side. They all split up, and too easy for Hal. Smelt the blood in the water. He knew his job. He moved into that back line and just started picking up kills. Meta, once again, just showing dominance in these team fights, knowing how to make those split decisions. Even when it looks like it's going sour for you, they know how to turn a team fight around, and quickly. That wasn't a long team fight. They were just able to capitalize on a few small mistakes of Alter Ego and take it. Lord, now in the hands of Meta. This could be bad for Alter Ego. Can the game go down with this Lord, Mirko?
Comes down to, honestly, right? Yeah. The base, I feel like it could definitely be an end here for Meta. Oh, and my goodness, Annie, ruthless on it. Goes in for the Earth Shadow Flicker combo. He does get Kopsky up, but Kopsky timed that Sanguine Claws almost to perfection, getting out of that combo. It would have been really, really bad for Alter Ego if they did lose Kopsky there. But look at the siege now, coming down. Bottom side and top side, going to be targeted by the Lord and also by Annie. Milk trying to clear it out. 6 looking for the engage once again. Goes in with the I'm Offended, finding only Gmail, who is the roamer. He is going to be able to look for the penalty zone once more. He only gets Howl there, but he will be able to burst it down. That's Alter Ego finding one in the siege. Meta looking for for more though. Mystic Field again connecting it well onto Aizen. It's actually going to keep him get targeted here. He goes in for the sprint to get out, but he falls. Gmail follows in very shortly there as it is going to be Meta just completely wiping them. Aizen still here to defend with Kopsky as well. The bad impact does a lot, but the Mystic Field will find him. And look at Annie. He's just so objective. He goes in for the base. It's a 2-0 clean sweep.
Meta, really, I mean, definitely a team to keep my eyes on, I feel like. Playing it clean, also even with, you know, the off-brand pick like that Edith, and Annie played it very well. I gotta say, you know, I was a little worried about it at first, and she made it work. I mean, she was aggressive with it, but her teammates were always there. Mikasa, a rightful MVP, 7-2-9. Even taking a 2-minute death in the early game, was able to wipe the dust off and really just help keep the damage pumping out for her team, Mirko.
Oh, dude, honestly, you know, there's just one thing that comes to my mind after these two games, after the series. Mikasa, this guy, he enables his team. He can follow through if his team was the one to initiate these fights, right? We've seen it 6. When he gets it done, Mikasa's always there to follow through. We don't have any engage. It's always Mikasa who actually starts the fight, initiates with the Mystic Field, catching mostly, a lot of times, 2 or more people.
Yeah, I think at some point, teams need to start respecting the Xavier, especially whoever goes up against Meta next game, which actually it's going to be Meta up against BTK in another week or two. So might be a challenge. Xavier, definitely something that they're going to want to keep their eyes on, right? Because Mikasa did not let us down at all. You know, and I'm excited to see how they play in the next round. Alter Ego, you guys did good. I'm glad to see you guys compete. You did make it to the top 32, right? You got through a grueling qualifier stage. You know, a lot of teams signed up. A lot of teams tried their best. So you got onto screen, which is a great job. Hopefully, they train some more. They keep on trying to help boost up NA and get some more really good teams here. And we'll see you in the next North American Challengers tournament.
Absolutely, man. With that match out, done and dusted, Ultra Ego and Meta, it is going to be the third match of the day that we're going to have to put our focus onto. Ethereal going up against Hikaru Esports. Now, another matchup that's going to be quite interesting, all right? Tracks the fact that, again, these are two teams that are relatively new going up against each other. I am really wishing for a close game here.
Now, Ethereal, I would say, has a little bit more experience, at least from my view, right? So Ethereal's actually in the North American Squad League right now. They are the lowest team on the leaderboard, so they haven't done amazing there, but they're going up, but at least they've been getting some practice against like teams like Area 77, teams like the Valley, teams like Insomniac, so they know how it feels to play against some of the heavier hitters here. So I would say that possibly they are the favorite here. They did win both of their games in the qualifiers. A lot of teams went to the loser brackets and were just able to make the cut. Now, Hikaru, looking at some of them, I do see a lot of, I was looking at some of their stats. I see a lot of options. I see not most of the teams, it was like 2 heroes for each person or 1 hero. They played in both their games or all 3 of their games. I'm seeing them switch it up a lot, pull in maybe a deeper hero pool, which could be a plus if things, if anyone starts to do some target banning in game 2, things of that nature, Hikaru might just have the possibility to bring out a clutch pick.
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on his chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. This out unworded. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing no more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champion of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Brad Esports are your M2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together. like 100 years ago.
For Richburg!
If this is our doom, I'll console myself we fought together. Necro Keep is where the light doesn't shine, they say. But we make our own light. We hold our ground!
Vexana, I did it!
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world!
Blind's eye. Deadlight spear.
Impressive!
I am back. My war never ends. The Abyss! Welcome to Deadlight Spear!
Legendary! Legendary!
Bleeding Fury!
Double kill!
Don't get in my way! Mind your own business! I dreamed about all my fallen comrades.
Legendary!
Bleeding Fury!
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on its chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's break in the mirror. Reach out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing no more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champions of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Brad Esports are your M2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets, welcome back to North America Challenger Tournament Summer Season. Now, we're going to the match 3 in day 1. We got Ethereal versus Hikaru Esports coming at you right after this advertisement. That's right, we're advertising for you to win some giveaways. Yes, if you're watching the stream right now, make sure to type in the chat hashtag NACT for the win, and you might have an opportunity to win some CD keys, to win some magic dust, in-game prizes. All the kind of great stuff will be sent directly to your email. Yes, a moderator will contact the winner. We'll draw 10 lucky winners to win those prizes. So what you're waiting for, make sure to use the chat right now to interact with the community and start typing hashtag NACT for the win. That's right, it's going to be very, very exciting, and we're going to draw some winners. I am your host, Assassin Dave. With me today are 2 incredible casters, Track Senpai as well as Mirko, from all the way from other side across the world to cast and support a North America tournament. It's very, very exciting. We have seen 2 incredible matches, and we have 2 left for today. So without further ado, guys, I'm going to quickly send it over to our caster's desk so you guys get a little bit of sneak peek of what's going on, what's upcoming in a few minutes.
I had to put my phone down real fast because I was hashtagging in the chat trying to get that get those prizes, man. But we are back. Ethereal up against Hikaru. We had a interesting game 1. I think an exciting series 2. And now I'm hoping that Ethereal and Hikaru can also bring the heat for the NACT summer season, right? Ethereal, as I was talking about before we cut off into break, I think maybe has a little bit more experience, at least in a competitive scene, looking pretty good. A couple signature picks from some of their choices, and picks that we've been seeing do well early on in the night. Ash Cutie, the mage for Ethereal, has been picking up the Eve, and Eve has been dominating. Not only that, the Xavier. I think these are some picks that teams need to start keeping their eyes out for, Mirko.
Yeah, I agree, man. Eve, Xavier, both of these picks have been phenomenal, I guess, in the past 2 series, especially on the hands of someone like Mikasa. If you have someone who can position there really well, if you can use your abilities efficiently, these 2 heroes are just so much more dangerous. And yeah, like you mentioned, Ethereal going up against Hikaru Esports. I mean, we can see from the logo, right? Hikaru, maybe a newer team here in this. Take a look again, ladies and gentlemen. Here, we're going to take a look at the NA Challenger Tournament schedule for day number 1, where, like Dave already mentioned earlier on, we've already passed 2 of the series as BTK v Smoke You, BTK winning 2-0, Ultra Ego versus Meta, or Meta was able to win 2-0. Hopefully we get something different here though, Trex. Ethereal up against Hikaru Esports. I mean, I'm just waiting for that one series to go all the way best of 3.
So I got a couple other friends, and what we call that here, we call that a rubber band match. Going the best of 3, bouncing back and forth, yes. And that is something that has kind of become a niche for a few of us NA casters. The rubber band match. That's what I want to see tonight. Best of 3 the whole way. Hopefully Ethereal and Hikaru Esports can take us there. But we are jumping in now to the draft. Ethereal will be first pick, first band, completely open. Wondering what we see here. Are we going to see some of the similar picks? The Xavier, the Julian, some of those things are the Wan. Where I don't think we're ever going to get to see her, Mirko. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Unfortunately, maybe yes, we're not going to see Wanwan. Yeah, you're right. At this point, right, Wanwan has just been so dominant everywhere in the world. We saw this as well in MSC. When the playoffs started, yeah, goodbye Wanwan. Same thing here, knockout stage. It started, and we haven't seen Wanwan since it started. So right now, again, Wanwan first ban, followed up by a Valentina coming through from the side of Hikaru. And right now, this is the question, right? Do they? Okay, well, they just answered it. They want to go for the Julian first. They want to take these heroes away. And again, we are seeing this trend. Xavier, Yves have been left open so many times in this, in the first day of NACT so far. And is it because of the different playstyle and the different compositions that the NA teams use, because again, we got to talk a little bit about this. I've been playing a whole lot of ranked in the Indo server, and we've just, it's just Xavier, Yves bans all across the board.
Yeah, so how do you feel? I want to ask you, the Valentina, still very ban worthy, do you feel? Like, do you think that she is still a major problem all the time? I personally, just the ultimate alone completely changes the dynamic of a draft, from especially if you get it locked in early. A team has to completely rethink the way they do things. She did get that small nerf a little while ago, but a lot of teams still feel like she is a prio ban. She's a hero that I don't think we have seen yet from qualifiers to now, Mirko.
There it is. You said it best, right? That was exactly the phrase that I was going to go for. The fact is, yes, Valentina's pretty good in the early stage, can really snowball and get going and maybe just dictate the tempo of the game. But what makes her extra annoying is that the fact that when, let's say, Hikaru picks Valentina up, Ethereal, they're going to have to just base their whole hero draft pick around that Valentina. They can't pick anyone with crazy ultimates to give, right? They can't let that Valentina, they can't enable the Valentina, and that's on the opponent's sides. Yeah, that's where it is. That's the decision that they need to take, whether or not they want to give it over to Valentina. And that's why I feel like, yes, it is still worth it to be prioed in the early stage, especially in the first phase. And Valentina in general as well. Let's take away the ultimate. Still such a pretty strong hero, you know, with the Terrify, with the CC, and a lot of early game damage. But Bauman, finally, we're seeing the Bauman ban here. The Bauman respect. Bauman has been a favorite, but my goodness. Okay, I was about to say, if he just locked that Eason Shin up, it would have been, I would have been happy because I'm an Eason Shin player. But yeah, this is it. The Xavier was left open. First pick, for sure.
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of surprised they went for the Ballman over that Xavier, taking a risk there. Xavier going to get locked in, but the Franco also open. And though, you know, last series, I think there was a few games where no Franco ban, no Franco pick, but I know a lot of teams feel like he has a problem and he's either a prio pick or a prio ban. Esmeralda, Dyroth also getting locked in quickly to counter the Esmeralda, so a good pick from the side of Ethereal here. And then the typical Beatrix gold laner Mirko.
All right, yo, Trex. This is exactly what I'm used to seeing in Indonesia. All right, finally we're getting back to Indo here, right? Xavier first pick, Esmeralda and Franco. These two heroes as well have just been super prio in the Indo server right now, with the Dyroth to counter the Esmeralda and then the Beatrix as well. This is going exactly as I thought it would. You know, when I came into that first day, when I came into the first series, this is what I expected the drafts to look like, and finally we get this version of the draft in the third series of the day. And there you go, the Yves ban, right? So they're already starting to target, to narrow down that mid lane now that they already have the Xavier and the Beatrix in the gold lane, jungle / mid lane. And for Hikaru, they want to take away the roamers here. Perhaps, yeah, just targeting the roamers would be the ideal way to go.
Yeah, and I mean, and even from the side of Ethereal here, just continue to break down onto these mages, limit the pool, get away any real backline, but they decide to go for the Fanny instead. My guess, probably a target ban, but the Akai now, I mean, they're firing off right now. These teams definitely ready, knowing exactly what they want. The Akai coming in, gonna definitely put a hindrance on the decisions of any junglers that the side of Ethereal want to pick here. You know, you don't want to do something. I don't think a fighter really does that well into Akai. I've been wondering how to actually deal with Akai, and this is something that I've been theorizing, right? Like I think the marksman jungle is possibly the answer to deal with the Akai. You're able to keep your distance from him. The heavy spin doesn't really bother you, and you can just fire away at him and kind of dance around him a little bit. So the only problem is with the passive of YSS, you do want to get up close and personal here and there, right? So I'm wondering how this is going to work mechanically in some of these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the drafts, I think this is the fastest drafting phase we've seen today, right? Both of these teams just super fast, rapid firing these picks, and honestly, I like Esports in the draft a little bit better here, just considering that, again, if we take a look at Ethereal, they have 3 somewhat mid to late game hero, right? When we're talking about Xavier, the Beatrix, and the Eason Shin, it does come down to scaling, whether or not they're going to be able to get to that power spike fast enough. Because if we take a look at Hikaru, they have a lot of heroes. Take control of the game, take the control of the tempo early on with the Franco, with the Clint, and especially with that Harley. But ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the Land of Dawn for the third match of the day. Game number 1, Ethereal taking on Hikaru Esports.
Yeah, and look at TCC right now on this Franco, already playing aggressive, possibly trying to get a cheeky hook off or something, but I got a feeling we might see a lot of hovering over this gold lane. You know, especially with the Franco, if you can get an early game hook onto Beatrix, onto Ispengoy, you'll put Clint at a really nice advantage. We've seen a lot of teams kind of do this, babysit around that gold lane more, send the tank over. The problem is when you do that, you leave your mid lane a bit more open for invades, a bit more open to get caught off guard. So it does look like TCC is going to come down. A little bit of fight over Lethal Wander will go into the hands of Hikaru, but definitely both teams just focusing on this laning phase, trying to get some gold into their jungler. I don't think we want to see... I think Ethereal knows the opportunity with YSS. You want to get them farmed up. You want to kind of maybe focus for some late game. You also have this Xavier, super bursty. So maybe Ethereal just kind of taking the slow right here with all the late game potential on their team.
Very slow, yeah. That's what they want, right? If you're Ethereal right now, you just want to take it slow. You want to look for trades on the map. You don't really want to clash with Hikaru, and I think that's what both teams are doing really well. Hikaru, knowing that they have that early game advantage, they're already pushing it. They're trying to get as many camps as possible. They got the Lethal Wanderer, which will just give Bariza on the Akai a little bit of an XP advantage over Chef, who is on the season Shin. But you can already see that both of these junglers are pathing opposite from each other, right? It's interesting to me because I would actually expect Bariza to be going for the same exact route, going towards bottom side, but it looks like Chef here, he's overextending for that buff, for that jungle creep, and they might be punished. Remember, Bariza is level 4. He does have that heavy spin. He might just go and collapse onto here, but the bouncing ball will be able to stop him in his tracks. But there you go, the heavy spin finds Chef, and that's first blood presented to you, taken away by Hikaru. In that top side, though, Namikaze is able to actually maneuver around Ezra's Abyssum Strike, taking him down with the deadly magic. That's the first turtle taken for free. Ash QT very close there, nearly getting hooked, but will still be able to get out.
Yeah, that is a huge, great start for Hikaru. It'd be one thing if they got a pick onto Zia's Fave or something like that, but they get a pick onto Chef. Someone that, as I mentioned, Ethereal needs to farm. You need to let him get those items in so you can start outputting some damage. Maybe Ethereal shouldn't have been trying to steal those camps. Play slow, bloody hunt onto Zia's Fave. Zia's Fave getting away, which is a sliver of health. Phaeton decides not to force that engage. Down in the bottom, Mirko. Ezra getting bullied as well.
Yeah, and you know, when we're talking about this matchup, right, the Dairoth up against the Esmeralda, we usually want, especially if you're Ethereal, we want that Dairoth to be winning in the lane. But Hikaru, they're playing really, really intelligently here. They're always just pushing, putting the resources down below. The Akai has been roaming down below, I think now 2 times in the past 3 minutes, and it has put a lot of pressure on Ezra. And currently, he is actually going to be behind. So this might actually just be Kagome, who is going to be the one who wins out in the lane overall in this game. But in that top side, you can already see TCC, looking for that hook, almost nearly getting it onto Zia's Fave. But yeah, both teams, again, not really willing to go for that early clash just yet. Hikaru, they want to play it a little bit slower now that there's no neutral objectives up to take.
Yeah, and Hikaru seems to be playing almost, you know, this is the first time I'm seeing them like really grouped up as well. Yes, they did have that first engage in the bottom, but even then, you mentioned Bariza kind of taking the opposite route. And he was alone for a while there, towards Ethereal really kind of keeping it together. Really trying to stop, I think, these invades onto Chef, stop these picks onto Chef, but a big hook on to Ispengoy. He will go down, and the tower may just fall next.
Oh my goodness. This, you know, it's always been nearly there for TCC. He's almost gone to crazy hooks. And there you go, another one from TCC. He brings Ash QT back, and that's a free kill from Namikaze, who can't sit with the deadly magic. Ethereal, though, they're looking for the trade onto the turtle. Kagome has already opened up this side of the map. They can go for the contest here, but it feels jungler is way too far. It is going to be Chef who takes it with a retribution, but look at the flanks. Bariza looking for the heavy spin. Pin him down to the falling Simon to collapse onto him with the flame shot as well. Perfectly coordinated there as they will find another. It's a 2-for-0 for Hikaru, and TCC with another iron hook. This man is insane right now. He is on point.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, that is the reason why the Franco's getting banned so much. Namikaze is able to get the kill on Ash Cutie. Ismagoi trying to salvage something here as well. So Ethereal getting their first kill on the map there, but still falling majorly behind. A 4K gold lead into the hands of Hikaru. And even earlier, you know, they take that turtle, but they take a death and they lose their blue buff. Hikaru just seems to be a step ahead of them. Looking at some of these items right now, Ash Cutie with 2 deaths falling very behind, almost 1,000 gold behind Harley right now, which Harley hasn't been a hero we've seen a whole lot, but Hikaru definitely using it very well, making some picks, keeping that early game aggression on, and if they keep up like this, they could make this a quick game.
Yeah, let's actually talk about the drafts again, right? Because I did kind of mention this. I said that I like Hikaru's draft better, and for this exact reason, the pickoff game is massive. And look at this, Marisa! He finds the heavy spin onto 2 members. Will he be able to pin them both? He does! But the Mystic Field will be able to be there to disengage from the fight. Phaeton, though, roaming from that gold lane, finding Ispangoi, and this is another 2 traded kills for nothing for the side of Hikaru as they look to siege down that mid turret. QT, he's being pinned down, he's being sandwiched, he is able to dodge away from the iron hook, but again, look at the map pressure. Hikaru just pushing on this pace as the deadly magic there was popped. He will be able to pop back to his previous position, but again, oh my goodness, TCC with the iron hook, finding Ash QT for the 2nd time this game.
Yeah, that is rough. 0-0-7 on TCC right now. He's not stealing any kills. The rest of the team is always there to make sure and capitalize on those iron hooks. And it just seems like they keep on coming. Ethereal, you know, I was mentioning earlier, they're playing very grouped up. Maybe you need to split up a little bit. Maybe come take these fights or disengage at a bit more angles because TC is just capitalizing. He doesn't even really have to, I mean, yes, he's made some great aims, but as long as Ethereal stays in these tight pockets under these towers or these tight pockets in the jungle, TC is going to punish that. And we're seeing it happen. Also, I got to point out, man, Phaeton on this Clint just stood in the middle of a Nibiru's Passion and took down Ismagoi. Just stood there. That's how you know he is so far ahead right now. Ismagoi sitting at 1-2-0. Phaeton definitely scaling up. Towers getting picked away from Ethereal right now. Hikaru owning this field.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, let's talk a little bit about Namikaze, who picked this Harley as a last pick in their draft. And I feel like that's the cherry on top for this draft, right? They would have such a big pick-off potential, but wait a minute. TCC, look at the Iron Hook again. That's going to be Breeza who pins the tank down. And that's going to be the kill picked up. Nibiru's Passion and the Dawning Light almost taking Phaeton down, but the Flicker is there to get him to safety. Mystic Field onto 3. TCC missing on another Iron Hook, but they will be able to find a favorable trade once again. It's 1-0 right now for Hikaru. Zeus Favors taken down. Oh my goodness. Again, TCC has just been so ruthless on these hooks. When he finally misses it, you know, you're like, okay, finally, we're back to reality. He's a human being. He's not a robot.
Yeah, I mean, and he's definitely, and it's just, and the thing I used to hate about the Franco was that he didn't really have a force engage. Zia's Fave coming in, Big Tyrant's Rage.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Zia's Fave, he goes in for the engage, but the thing is, even if they try to collapse, it's going to be them who gets taken down. Kagome going all the way to find that kill. The Dawning Light connects onto him, but at this point, it does not do enough damage. TCC looking for a cheeky hook. Deadly Magic burst Chef down, and that's him taken out. That's Namikaze again. 6-1-2. He is massive this game. This Harley pick that we've rarely seen, actually, like even in ranked games, has just been so good for Hikaru right now.
Yeah, and you know why I think it's just flourishing right now? Because of the squishy composition brought by Ethereal. They opted to go for this more damage. They brought in the YSS, something we haven't seen a whole bunch, but still possibly viable. But Hikaru saw the weakness and just picked it off. And yes, the Harley isn't something we see all the time, but it's working so well right now because you've got this hook constantly coming in, putting pressure on Ethereal, making them kind of decide on their placements around the map. And Namikaze is just waiting for that, waiting for someone to move a little bit away, find that moment, lock in that deadly magic, and Chef, Ispangoi, or Ash Cutie are just going down instantly to it.
what can you do about it, right? That's the big question right now. If you're Ethereal, if you dodge away from the deadly magic, you're gonna get hooked. You're gonna get pinned down by the heavy spin. There's just so many resources that Hikaru can use to dish out damage, to take them, to pick them off the map. And there you go again, Bariza. He's at a point where he's just so tanky, and he's gonna be able to just zone these members away, and no one's gonna be able to dish out damage. Look at him. He's taking the Mystic Field. He's taking most of the damage here, and he doesn't care. The minions are pushing through. The Lord was taken down by Ethereal, but it is going to be the siege continuing. Zia's favorite once again going for the Tire's Revenge, but he's going to get hooked back to the team with a bloody hunt. That is the damage coming through as well from the follow-up. Now Mikaze getting sniped down by Ispangoy, so that is a kill traded in, but the iron hook once again as Phaeton picks up a triple. He's looking for the Maniac. He goes in with a Dawning Light there from Ash QT, trying to clear out the waves. Phaeton looking for the Maniac here. He goes in for more damage, but he is inside of the base, and Hikaru will just finish off game number 1 just like that. 10 minutes into the game, no, 11 minutes I think was the 11 minutes was when they ended it.
That is, I mean, you mentioned resources for Hikaru, and they used every one of their resources so well in every single team fight. The hook, the deadly magic, the heavy spin. I mean, even Kagome, look at the kill cards right now. 2 deaths on the side of Hikaru, and the only people that took those was Namikaze. And I'm surprised Namikaze's sitting on this silver right now, because the man was definitely making plays all around the map. Just Hikaru showing dominance from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, this time I think I might have to disagree with the game, right? They gave the MVP to Bariza. Sure, he was amazing this game, but I think we can agree that TCC stole the show here with his hooks.
Yeah, TCC definitely. I got a feeling if I could guess any ban that's gonna come in game 2,
Franco.
It better be the Franco. If not, I'm losing all faith in you, Ethereal. You guys better ban out that Franco.
They need to either ban it or pick it away, right? Those are the 2 options that they have, because they might just go, well, no, actually, this time it might be Hikaru who goes for the first pick. So again, if they don't ban it, most probably could be first picked here. But now we know, right? Franco, we've seen this hero banned a lot today, and that's the reason. That's the reason. He's just so lethal, especially on the hands of people who can play the hero like that. I think Shark's Franco was targeted earlier today in the first series, and we've seen a few Franco bans here and there in the second series.
Yeah, and you mentioned even like good Francos, right? Like honestly, Franco can be deadly in like the hands of a mediocre Franco player, because you land that one hook at 20 minutes, it can change a whole game, right? You land that one hook before the Lord fight, it can change a whole game, let alone in the hands of someone like we just saw TCC. And the rest of the team just worked around it. They worked around the composition so well. But the second draft is coming in. This time, the side of Hikaru Esports will be first pick, but it looks like they are actually going to ban out the Franco, showing maybe some possible chains ups. Maybe they actually want to prio something else. Maybe they want to prio the Xavier or something like that, so they don't want to forfeit over the Franco, right?
1-1, right? I mean, come on. At this point, we need to see a 1-1 game, right? Ethereal, I'm pretty sure they're not going to let that happen. They are going to be the ones probably forced to ban the 1-1. I think that's the Hikaru's approach in this draft. And again, we got the fastest draft ever. We also got the fastest break ever, because it just went straight to the draft again. And both of these teams, it feels like, yeah, they're just feeling it, man. They're just really hyped. They're going at it. The Bauman ban comes through once again from Hikaru. So you can already see that they respect this hero a lot. They know what Bauman brings to the table in the Land of Dawn, and it might be a little bit too much for them to handle. So just taking it out of the way is a very intelligent move by them. Let's see, though, Ethereal, because they're now the ones to... Yeah, they're the ones who are forced to ban the 1-1, to ban maybe the Xavier. This is going to be all the picks that, Hikaru can take.
And speaking of some things that are still open, not only the Xavier, but the Valentina open right now. So one of those has to slip through the cracks, especially 1-1 off. Valentina and Xavier going to be on the map most likely right here. I'm wondering if Ethereal is going to let this Valentina slip through or go for the Xavier ban.
At this point, I feel like you got to trade it, right? If you ban the Valentina, someone's going to pick up the Xavier. You can go for the Yves, but I feel like the Valentina would be better here in terms of, you can steal the ultimates. You can basically force the enemy team. Yeah, to adapt towards that Valentina, but no, they still go for the Valentina ban. So the Xavier is wide open, but they don't take it. It's the Esmeralda that comes through for Hikaru still. So very similar to game number 1, they always want to prioritize this Esmeralda in that XP lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely important. But last time, you know, they did it with the Franco. They got some nice material out of it. Esmeralda up front like that, when you have a lot of high tier heroes on the field, I'm a little upset by it, you know. And again, yes, what was it? The Esmeralda was against the Dyroth last game, right? And Dyroth could not handle it, so maybe Kagome does just feel very comfortable, and it feels like, listen, I'm gonna beat out whatever EXP lane they pick. We need to make this a prio for us, because again, if that EXP lane, if you can really dominate in your EXP lane, it makes a huge difference overall on the map. I feel like, especially for a hero like Esmeralda.
Very huge, right? But for that exact reason, that's why we're seeing the Dyroth come through for Ethereal. They pick up this Dyroth, again, trying to get that winning lane over to Esmeralda. It didn't really work out in game number 1, but now, since the Franco is gone, it might work now, right? It might be the X factor to change that lane for the better for Hikaru. Now, Dyroth picked up once again. They still feel like they could have won that lane, and they're going to try to do that right here. Bariza, though, they want to go for the Akai again. It is still wide open for them to take. They can also go for perhaps a different jungler this time. Karina still up. Nope. Bariza still staying. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going for the exact same composition aside from the Franco.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Phaeton, wonderful job on the Clint. Bariza did a great job on the Akai, was able to, even in the early game, put pressure on the Dyroth to help give Kagome that early game advantage. But the thing is so Ethereal does need to fix it, right? So we're seeing the Sicilian come on. Yes, I think there's a little bit more late game possibilities, but you kind of give up the range and the CC possibilities. I just personally like... I like Xavier's CC a little bit better. I like the Dawning Light range. I like the possibilities and the utilities from Xavier a bit better. But paired with the Atlas, there are some nice opportunities, I would say. Some nice combo opportunities coming from this Sicilian, the Abysm Strike from this Dyroth, and then the Fatal Links from this Atlas.
I do feel, though, that this Atlas will still... I like it. They want to go for these full team fight, a full team fight composition. A dive composition, perhaps, you know, with the Diggy Band as well. But the thing is, right, Esmeralda, Akai, there's a lot of resources that right now Hikaru can use to cancel Atlas out, to just zone him away before he even tries to look for this engage. And the thing is, we might see also different battle spells coming through here. Last game, Kagome went for the sprint, Phaeton went for the flicker. That's what we're seeing right now on screen too. But they can't change it to Purify. They can just respect the Atlas, go for the Purify, and Atlas might just, you know, lose his engage basically.
Yeah, and even if they don't want to go for that, like with the Akai, you could go for the pins. Like, of course, the Akai can always be aggressive and goes for the pins, but Akai can also just be a great disengager and stop those fights, and make you essentially waste your kit. You know, everyone comes in for this. You try to use the Fatal Links, and if the side of Hikaru doesn't want to take that fight, they have plenty of ways to just leave it, get away, and stop it. So I see right now, Hikaru, we're going to take these fights on our terms, however we want them. So the question is, what does Ethereal do to answer that?
What do they do to answer that? Right now, they're up against a Clint, Akai, and Esmeralda. They need a goal lane. They need a solid goal laner right now. One who... I feel like Beatrix is still the answer here, right? It didn't really work out in game number 1, but I feel like it's, again, because of the Franco that was just such a menace all across the map. This time, they can pick up the Beatrix again. It is going to be somewhat safer, but no, they actually opt to go for a Claude here in game number 2, which I feel like is going to be bullied quite a bit by Clint in the laning phase. Namikaze, though, he still wants to go, I guess, for the Harley. He's hovering over Farsa as well. We're going to see what they end up going for here, because TCC's, he's just going for a lot of different picks here. You know, Lolita, Estes, Feramis. I think the Feramis will be pretty solid up against a team fight composition that Ethereal has, but yeah, Estes works too, honestly, right now.
Yeah, Fermies is definitely, speaking of Fermies, I would definitely like to pick. We haven't gotten to see a lot in these phases, but I have seen some teams run in scrims that, the pull that he has now, the mobility, but TCC picking up a Paquito. I'm wondering if there's going to be a swap here. Like maybe TCC picks up the Akai as a roam, and then maybe Paquito becomes the jungle, or is TCC really going to run Paquito roam here?
I think they should be going for a trade, right? Paquito in the roam position doesn't really work anymore. I mean, technically it is, you can still play it. I don't think it's that efficient anymore right now, considering that his base damage was nerfed already. I'm open to see it, but the Thames pick right now it's gonna be locked in there for the jungle. So they've learned from game number 1. They need more frontliners. They need more beefy members, and as we predicted, the Paquito will swap over with the Akai. It is gonna be TCC on the Akai. We saw him on the Franco. I want to see what he can bring to the Land of Dawn with this Akai going up against this beefy lineup that Ethereal has.
And there was a last-minute switch as well on the side of Ethereal. Dairoth going into the jungle position. Thamu's going to be in the off lane, so maybe a possible answer. And I was a little worried about seeing either Dairoth or Thamus go up against the Akai. And I think the Akai is really going to be one of the major problems for the side of Ethereal right now. Anytime any of them try to jump in, he's going to cause a big problem.
Yeah, I agree. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to game number 2. Hikaru Esports. They need to get this to get the clean sweep. But Ethereal, if they want to stay in NACT, they're going to have to force a 3rd game of the series by winning this one out. With their composition, we're already seeing some progress, adaptations from Ethereal. Let's see if they're able to withstand the pressure. It looks like Zia's favorite wants to go for that pressure in the early game, losing out in the damage department up against TCC on the Akai. We all know that base damage on the Akai after the revamp. He's been pretty insane, man.
Yeah, I think Ethereal really needs to try to, maybe get Ispingoy ahead a little bit. Phaeton became a very big problem towards the end game. Of course, he didn't make any of those flashy plays that TCC played. A little bit of engage over this Little Wanderer, but it will go in the hands of Hikaru there. But as I was saying, yes, Phaeton wasn't making any super big plays, but first blood on Nanami Kaze. Ezra securing that. That is good. Ethereal this time bringing some early game aggression here, Mirko.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from Ethereal, right? That was what's lacking from their composition in game number 1 from their draft. And that's why I felt like Hikaru had the just the better draft overall in game number 1. This time, it's a little bit more fair in that early stage of the game. If Ethereal are able to actually use that early game pressure to get more advantages on the map, it's going to be huge, right? Chef, particularly on this Dairoth in the jungle, is going to give so much damage. Just as they say that, he almost takes TCC down. Ziasfev trying to get more on the board by maybe putting some damage onto Phaeton, but Phaeton is still able to get out of that perfect match, and Ethereal will just choose to roam, to rotate over towards the turtle that is spawning in 4 seconds. Bariza, though, goes over the knockout strike 2 times onto Ziasfev. No follow-up as of right now from the other members of Hikaru. Both teams just try to look for this turtle.
And this is what I wanted to see from Ethereal. I want to see a bit more play onto these side lanes. I want to see you actually putting pressure, kind of like what Hikaru was doing to Ethereal last game. But first turtle is up. Bit of an engage here, Mirko.
Yeah, perfect match going to be popped. It's going to get taken down there. That's going to be Bariza with the retribution. Very well placed. Chef gets pinned in the heavy spin. Ezra forced to back away as Ethereal will lose down in the trade. 1-for-0 and the turtle as well. They're going to be able to get so much gold from this mid lane turret and the purple buff on top of that. Hikaru, they know when to punish, and they're so good at making these decisions in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, they definitely, and just like that, it's Hikaru kind of takes this game back into their hands, taking a nice gold lead, 1,300. Hikaru feeling comfortable. I was a little worried about Namikaze here in the early game. He got that early game death. Maybe not as many targets for a Harley as there was in game 1. So I mean, all he can really do is try to focus on Ispingoy here, try to focus on Ash Cutie, because Ezra, Ziasfave, and Chef aren't going to go down that easily. They're not going to be as simple of targets. So wondering if this Harley is going to fit as well into the next game. TCC coming in with the heavy spin, keeping the disengage. At first I thought he was going to try to make a play, but he, like we mentioned, able to get Phaeton away from a bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, you said this, right? You said this in the draft. Akai, not only can he look for crazy engages, pickoffs, but disengages. That's the thing that Akai can provide, more than just engages. And that's where you see it. That's where you see the Atlas. We mentioned this as well in the drafts. Atlas is going to struggle up against so much TC here. Bariza can cancel him out. We can see that TCC can do it as well. And everyone else can just flicker out of the way, right? It's just going to be a tough game for Zia's Fav right now. For that Atlas to really find these picks, and especially now, Ash QT, he's going to be very, very vulnerable. That's a Sanguine Claws, though, reading it out. Namikaze jumping with the Deadly Magic onto the back lines, and that's going to be the... Oh my god, look at the Fatal Links, bringing him back, but the damage there will not be enough. It's actually Ezra who gets pinned back into the turret, gets taken down, even with the Vengeance, and his ultimate on. It's still Hikaru getting an equal trade. Phaeton, though, getting caught there, getting caught in the perfect match. TCC looking for a re-engage again onto Ash QT. Kagome going for the falling charm, knocking him in place. Immobility is there, as that's the follow-up from Bariza, who's looking for more on the board. TCC jumping in. Zia's Fab caught, but will have the perfect match to disengage, as that is another neutral objective taken away for free for Hikaru Esports.
That is rough for Ethereal, and I think at this point, you're just from that right there, you get this nice Fatal Links in, but just no real damage to back it up. Ethereal maybe needs to bide a bit more time. Wait till you can get Espangoy involved in this. Wait till Ash Cutie maybe gets a few more stacks before you try to make any huge plays. Yes, you got a nice pick in the early game with Ezra, but that doesn't mean you can act too crazy. You still gotta kind of watch your P's and Q's. I think the only way we're ever really gonna see when it comes down to these big 5v5 clashes later in the game, I think Zia's Fave maybe doesn't want to be the initial engage. Maybe let Ezra go in for the bait. Maybe let someone else kind of go in for the bait, catch them off guard, so then Zia's Fave can come in and catch Hikaru off guard, right? Because it's going to be so hard to just land a Fatal Link straight on, but a little bit of a concealed play. TCC keeping Ethereal at bay right now and doing such a wonderful job at it.
Yeah, I completely agree with the statement you made. Again, Ethereal, they need to try to bait that heavy spin out on the top side. Though Phaeton going to get caught in the blazing duet. TCC going for the heavy spin, almost pinning Ispangoy down as Bariza jumps in, try to follow that up. But Ispangoy, he brought the flicker for a reason. He was able to maneuver himself out of that heavy spin. But Bariza is looking to maybe pressure him under the turret. We'll just go in for that minion in the jungle. He backs off, knowing that Zia's Fav is here in that top side to provide backup.
Yeah, Espangoy needs to be careful here. Bariza sitting at 3-0-1 right now. At 6 minutes, I can guarantee that Paquito is packing a strong punch. Has locked in the War Axios Fave, caught off guard, shredded down from Namikaze there. Hikaru just, even without the Franco, making picks on the map.
Yeah, and you can see Bariza here getting the retribution onto the orange buff. The heavy spin again by TCC. So on point, using it at the right moments as Phaeton just dishes out damage onto Ispangoy under his turret. That's going to be a free turtle. Uncontested once again for Ethereal. They can't really look for this, right? It's another free one for Hikaru Esports. They take it, and Ethereal kind of right now falling behind. They're losing, they're getting picked off in the map, and these neutral objectives also, they're not really able to contest these as of right now in the 7 minutes of the game. But look at that, even Zia's Fav getting taken down by Namikaze. That's a bad sign, right? When Harley can burst your roamer down, can burst your tank down, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, and look at Ash Cutie picking up the Athena's shield as first item just because you're worried about Namikaze, right? So instead of going for like Clock of Destiny or something like that up front, you pick up a nice defensive item. So it's going to take, and this is maybe the reason why, yes, the Sicilian is an early game, but I feel like normally I see a bit more damage from one now, and this is most likely the reason. In the mid, Ash Cutie getting focused on by Namikaze, so I guess it is a good thing. Going to be forced to go back to base there. Big thing happening to Chef right now. Heavy spin, and Bariza gets the kill. Namikaze, though, getting picked off in the mid lane as well, Mirko.
Yeah, so much action going on. Look at that. Everywhere on the map. The bottom side, Chef gets taken down. In the mid lane, Namikaze is the one who gets picked off. But again, Hikaru, they're so good at just chaining kills together with objectives. This objective conversion has been the name of the game. Is that's going to be Ezra who gets pinned once again, as Phaeton will be there to provide the damage, provide the follow-up. Bariza now caught in a bad situation. As ZS5 look for the re-engage. He jumps in, but he gets cancelled away by TCC. Bariza dodges away from the bad impact. He gets out, and Phaeton punishes Ispangoi. It's a disaster for Ethereal, as Ash QT will be forced to run away. Sprint ready. Let's take a look at the replay. Oh my goodness.
First you take out Ezra, and then TCC finding this position. Ash QT trying to run away. Zia's Fave tries to get the engage, but it immediately gets knocked up from TCC. Time again, we talked about it through the whole draft. We talked about it in the beginning of the game. And Hikaru is not disappointing, keeping it textbook, making the plays that matter. Zia's Fave has landed, I think, more than one man fatal links throughout this whole game, and that is going to be a problem if they continue to make these engages the way they are. Is there even an answer for it, honestly, Mirko?
That knockout strike, bro. Like, honestly, let's take the time to appreciate that knockout strike, the way he used it to dodge away from the bad impact. At this point, to answer your question, I don't think Ethereal can really... the way they can win this game is if they turtle, wait for their power spikes in the base. But the thing is, they're going to have to also... they're going to have to wait for Hikaru to make a mistake, right? And at this point, it's going to be really tough because Hikaru, they've been playing so disciplinedly, even in these skirmishes, these little skirmishes, they've been playing really well. The decision-making that they've been doing in this game has been phenomenal. And Ethereal, they're going to have to bank on them making a mistake to come back into this game. Because if not, they're just going to siege it, disciplinedly take it, and the goal is just going to keep on going.
Hikaru must have spent a lot more time practicing than working on that logo. Ezra getting caught off guard once again, maybe a little out of position there. But Hikaru, man, just being so dominant. Blazing Duet comes out, gonna be able to flicker away, but the pressure continues to be on as the Lord comes in onto this inhibitor, Mirko.
Yeah, the logo is a curveball, man. The logo is a curveball, right? You think that they don't care, but it turns out they're really good and they put so much effort. You can already tell, right? They are a prepared team. They came to this prepared in the draft, and look at this Fatal Lace dodged away from it. Only finds TCC, and that's not the member you want to look for. Namikaze gets a good flank onto Ispangoi, gets him low, down to a quarter of his HP, and that's gonna be Bariza free to walk up to the turret to take it down with the help of Kagome. That's base turret number 1 taken down. They're looking for more on the board. Bottom side base turret already at a quarter of its HP. Hikaru, they can just play the long game now. They can just freeze up the waves, look for the Lord, and continue the siege later. Or they could try to look for a gamble, maybe a team fight here to end the game right here, right now. CCC, he goes in for the heavy spin, unable to find that wall on Zia's Fab, but let's take a look at the items tracks.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, as we can see, Hikaru very, very ahead. Esmeralda sitting at 8,000, a whole 3,000 above the XP laner Ezra on the side of Ethereal. Just, I mean, and that's not what you want to be up against an Esmeralda. The rest of the team, Clint also, Berserker's Fury, Malefic Roar, Endless Battle. You have everything you need at this point. He's just really going over the top now, starting to work on this Blade of Despair. Phaeton, once again, just game 1. Again, got a little outshined by TCC, but I still feel like the damage is there. Phaeton definitely just outputting. I also want to focus on Namikaze earlier during that Lord push, right? Namikaze, he didn't get a pick, but the way he came in towards the end of that fight, around the angle, it's like he's always just sitting there. He's not in the midst of these fights, but he has nice positions, always trying to come in from the side and find a weak point in Ethereal, get into that back lane, and it just goes to show the discipline from some of the players on the side of Hikaru right now.
The discipline is key for Hikaru right now, right? They already have the gold lead. They really don't need to push further. They can just freeze up the waves, and they don't need to take any risks. The Lord is free at this point. Look at the map control. Their turrets are still all up. This is just so much map control for them to play with. They can play in the enemy jungle, and Ethereal can't really do much about it. If they face check into their own jungle, they're going to be the ones who get punished, right? And there you go. Like I said, free Lord. They need 4 members to walk up together to pick up a purple buff, and TCC
TCC finds the heavy spin as QT gets pinned. He's gonna fall with a fatal link, brings 3 members of the Blazing Duet, but the combo will not be enough damage. Look at the damage coming through. It's not there at all for Ethereal. Even amidst all of that chaos, it's Phaeton who gets the triple kill. He's again looking for the Maniac. Chef gets bursted down. Is Bangori one-shotted by Maniac, by Phaeton here, who's looking for the Savage. Just one more to find that Savage. They might just go for the end here. Chef, full HP. They're looking to want to give it to him. And will he get it? The Savage for Phaeton as they end it with a clean sweep, 2-0.
First Savage of the tournament on day 1, Phaeton. I mean, the man just dived into that base unscared, knowing that his items were there. And I was talking about how he's just building full damage. I mean, at that point, the show he gave, definitely worth it.
I am just speechless, man. Honestly, like that was a good game. That was a really good game. TCC again. I feel like the damage came from Phaeton. We saw Bariza with a lot of moments, but man, I can't. I just like he needs to give it to TCC. He's so on point on the heavy spins. This Akai, and I said it right. He's got to prove us on the Akai. He proved us on the Franco, and he certainly did on the Akai as well. Insane stat line, and look at that team fight participation.
Yeah, and oh my god, that last play. You know, Ethereal thinks they're all good taking their blue buff, and TC, and they just catch them off guard. TC comes around that right in between the wall and the jungle, and he just dominates them. And it's those little things. TCC the whole time. I mean, it was even there. You think that Ethereal's gonna come back? They get a nice fatal links, but at that point, Hikaru's just too far ahead. Not enough damage for Ethereal, and this is the problem when you let a team like Hikaru just start snowballing. It's definitely rough. I'm excited to see Hikaru in the second round in another week or two. I'm excited to see TCC, Mirko.
Oh man, you know, honestly, I'm still just speechless from what happened there, right? They played it so perfectly up until the end where they don't need to play it perfectly anymore. They got comboed, right? That was a big play for Ethereal. But the thing is, they've done everything right. So as long as Phaeton gets the free hit, they're just done. It's GG, right? Let's say their entire team gets wiped, but Phaeton still free hits. I feel like he could have just bursted everyone down. You saw how much damage he was able to do to Ispangoi.
Oh my god.
It's almost at a point where it's illegal, right? He almost one-shotted Ispangoi.
Yes, that shouldn't be possible, but it happened. And I mean, and I saw it in game 1. Like I mentioned, I was literally standing in a Nibiru's pass, and I mentioned in the beginning of the game, Ethereal needs to do something about Phaeton. They need to focus hard on that gold lane and not let his damage scale up. Yes, we don't see the Clint all the time, but if you let one go unchecked like that and just scale up those items, and then he wasn't even like doing anything mechanically genius. He was just standing there bursting them down. Solid. They couldn't even get close to him.
Yeah, again, you know, you don't need fancy skills if you're just so efficient with it. Positioning on point. He never was picked off at all, I feel like, in this series. And he was able to dish out damage without taking damage. That's what you want from a goal laner. That's what you want from a marksman. Sure, add on to the flashy stuff. He did get the flicker in, and he got the savage, man, you know, that just goes to show, you know, positioning comes along. It's just so good. I'm so speechless, man. That was crisp clean from Phaeton, and especially from TCC.
Yeah, and since we are both speechless about such an amazing series, we're going to give it back to our hosts. We'll see you guys for the next series.
Oh my goodness, what a performance by the Clint over there. Damage was insane, insurmountable amount of bursts in the end. So we gotta see some crazy plays from Hikaru right there. Just like our two casters said, definitely the logo does not represent the play from the team. So good job to Hikaru for putting out incredible fight in this tournament, actually upsetting a lot of my expectations in this matches. So great job to all the teams so far. But we got one more match upcoming. Black Bulls taking on UltraViolet. So don't go anywhere. Get your soda, get your popcorn. Now, before we take into the break, ladies and gentlemen, it's your time for you to participate in the giveaway. It's time to type hashtag NACTFTW, aka NACT for the win, to participate in the giveaway. So we're gonna be drawing 10 more lucky winners to win some incredible prizes prizes, we'll be sending emails to your email account. So after you win, after you send the hashtag NACTFTW, do not go anywhere. Our moderators will be picking the winners and then contact you directly in the chat to get your Discord contact so we can get your email address and send you the prizes. So do not go anywhere after you send your hashtag. Very, very importantly. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Get your stuff ready. After this short break, we're coming in for the last match of day 1 in NACT Summer Season.
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on his chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror. Reach out and word. It doesn't matter whoever, however, wherever. We got nothing but more. You came from the shadow, she falls from the glow. Don't even need to know whoever we were before. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go. We better than me, us better than me. Stay together, let it go.
Dare to dream.
Well played to your new world champion of F1.
Rise to the challenge.
Red Esports are your M2 champions. Another world champion, Blacklist International.
The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Nothing can stop them now. Not Leomord. Not even the mist.
An oath is an oath. Leomord won't leave us. We will fight together. Like 100 years ago.
For Richburg!
If this is our doom, I'll console myself we fought together. Necro Keep is where the light doesn't shine, they say. But we make our own light. We hold our ground!
Vexana, I did it!
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky.
Deadlight Spear!
Impressive!
I am back! My war never ends! The Abyss! Welcome to Deadlight Spear!
Legendary! Legendary!
Bleeding Fury!
Double kill!
Don't get in my way! Mind your own business! I dreamed about all my fallen comrades.
Legendary!
Bleeding Fury!
What?
I won't let you die. Yeah, the game is more fun in co-op.
The M on his chest! That's the weak spot! By the way, I'm Wan.
Pleasure to fight with you, Wan. Call me Yin. Name's Link.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the bonus quest, Co-op Achieved. For the very first time, Emerald will grant you rewards that were never before seen.
Let's breaking the mirror.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets alike, welcome back to the final match of the Day 1 in North America Challenger Tournament Summer Season. I'm your host, Assassin Dave. Hope you guys enjoying the cast so far. We had such an incredible day, and we're about to have our one last match between Black Bull and Team UltraViolet. Are you excited? Did you get your stuff ready? Now, if you have not participated in the giveaway, we actually are drawing our winners, and we're contacting all the people who won. So make sure to contact the moderators to give them your Discord tag, to give them your email, so we can contact you for your prizes. Now, with that being said, the upcoming match is already in preparation. So without further ado, I'm going to quickly send it to our incredible caster's desk. Remember to follow our beautiful casters, Track Senpai as well as Mirko, with their social media tags that we'll be tagging in the chat, and make sure to follow their future content and live streams. So with that being said, let's go ahead and go to the caster's desk.
Man, you know, Dave never disappoints with the introductions. I gotta say, I don't think I get that much flattery from my own girlfriend. I love it. I love it, Dave. Thank you so much for the intros. Mirko, I feel like we've been slowly gaining your trust over these past few games, right? Game one, a little crazy, and the drafts are just getting better. The competition getting a bit more exciting. I can hear it in the casting. I can hear it in the shouting. You know, I feel like things are slowly growing. We're winning you over here. Now, hopefully, Series 4 will not disappoint either.
Well, it's been scaling, right? So this should be the best out of all of them. I mean, if we are taking into account the scaling that has been happening throughout the day, game number 1, game number 2, all the way to series number 4, it has been scaling up. Every single game, every single series has been more exciting. So that's what I'm expecting from this match. It is obviously Black Bulls going up against the one and only UltraViolet.
Yeah, we've definitely been scaling kind of like an episode of Dragon Ball Z or something, you know, just getting stronger and stronger. Had to pull out the Weeb reference. That was for you, Mirko. Juan once again getting banned first pick. Black Bulls will have first pick here. Let's see if we see anything super different. I'm wondering, are we going to see a Ballman ban again? We know the Julian and the Valentina and some of those things are the basics, right? Most likely we see those taken out, especially in game 1. Personally, I always like to see game 2 bans, because that's when you start to see the shift, right?
This time.
Yeah, that's when you start to see the shift, the respect coming through from one another. But look, finally we see the Xavier ban. After 2 dominant series that we've seen from the Xaviers, now we get to see the Xavier ban instantly in game number 1. Usually they have to like test it out. Game number 1, let's give it over to the enemy team. If they perform on it, then maybe we'll ban it in the second game. This time they're not taking any of that risk. UltraViolet, they want to try and minimize that broken hero energy right now. So Xavier out of the way, 1-1 out of the way for the Black Bulls as they go for their second ban in this game. I feel like right now is going to be a very good chance to ban out Terizla. Yeah, the Terizla, either Terizla or the Balman here. I feel like now we might see a Balman, maybe even an Esmeralda ban, because we've seen that Esmeralda has been really good. Yeah, really good so far in this today. That's it. We haven't seen the other days. Maybe we'll see Esmeralda drop off. Dyroth comes up again.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, you know, and I think in this early stages of this event, day 1, you never really know. The meta will slowly unfold as the tournament goes on, and it'll almost kind of bind around what teams, who's doing what team is running this the best, and that's when I think we're going to see bans change up the most in the later on in these brackets. Julian getting banned off as well. Still a couple things open. We saw the Akai do very well as a tank last game, and we've also seen it do well as a jungler in the past. So with that open, I'm wondering if Black Bulls may try to focus on something like that. The Karina also still open. Lots of possibilities. What I can say about this draft, Franco, the Ballman, though, getting banned off. So Black Bulls leaving a lot of stuff open for themselves as first pick. What I can say is both teams are taking their time, right? A lot more patient than what we saw in the past series.
Yeah, past series was just instant picks here. Now, both teams taking their time. They're thinking it through. And yeah, the Balman, Terizla, and the 1-1 ban coming through from the Black Bulls. Maybe now they want to pick up something like a Yves here. Or, yeah, just pick up the Esmeralda. Again, Esmeralda has found so much success today. It's not even weird. It's not even surprising anymore to see it first picked. Even against the Dyroth in lane, we've rarely seen this Esmeralda lose in that matchup because of the active roamers nowadays, right? We've always seen just the roamers being all over the place. They're not just in the gold lane anymore. They're not just babysitting the gold lane. They're also going to the XP lane, providing support and obviously pressure towards Dyroth. Dyroth does have a better laning phase when he is up against an Esmeralda, but when you have that X factor, right, of the mid lane roaming with the jungle as well, and the roamer, it's gonna be really tough. Karina and Beatrix, though, gonna be picked up by UltraViolet.
Yeah, solid 2 first picks for UltraViolet here. You have the Karina. My question is, are we going to see it as a damage Karina or as a tank Karina? Because right now it's definitely up in the air for a lot of teams. Mirko, you swear by the damage Karina, so I'm going to give it over.
Damage, man.
It should. All right. I mean, and I think a lot of teams are maybe a little late to that. BTK, obviously, I watched Zane run it. It looked very, very good. So I'm wondering how many other teams have caught on to that. Yves now getting picked up for the side of Black Bulls, keeping it simple but deadly. The Esmeralda, as you mentioned, a prio pick up front. It worked great for the last series. Black Bulls holding strong that it should work great now. And the Yves also has just been kind of a classic over the past series and over the past few months. I feel like in general, Mobile Legends, she's just not a, she's not a horrible pick. She's a solid mage pick. Great zoning, and with this Grok, I feel like it works even better.
Yeah, I mean, the Grok pick here is very interesting, honestly, right? I don't know. Is this a pick? I don't know. Is it a deny pick? I feel like it's just a pick to just, help out the team. Again, there's just a lot of his kit can enable the other members on this team already. The Esmeralda can follow it through, can follow the wild charge up with when they go for the engage, obviously, and obviously the Yves gets a lot of cover from this Grok. But you can already see here from UltraViolet, they respond with an Atlas pick. They want to go for those team fights. They want to just lock maybe perhaps the Yves down and give Karina space to slice him up, right? Karina is actually going to be really, really good up against the Yves. It really depends on the execution now. Both teams already have win conditions set early on here in the first phase. We're going to take a look at the second phase bans, as the Brody will be first to be taken out of the board by UltraViolet. They're trying to narrow down that gold lane, give the Beatrix more space to play by banning the Brody and perhaps now banning the Popple and Koopa or the Clint. I think the Clint ban would work better here. We haven't really seen a lot of Popple and Koopas here at NACT just yet, but the Thamus comes through as well from the Black Bulls.
Yeah, you mentioned Deathy with the slicing and dicing. There's your Clint ban. Great call. Famu's off. Wondering if they're just going to keep on focusing on this EXP lane. The Dairoth ban could be something solid here, just to give a little bit more safety to Sam Cutie overall, right? You've taken out a lot of possibilities for the EXP lane already, so I think that would just kind of round out this drafting phase. Another great combo that's probably going to go well with those Fatal Links, this Beatrix, right? But they decided to go for the Masha instead. What are your feelings on the Masha right now, Mirko?
Honestly, Masha would be really good if UltraViolet was able to actually to take that. If Masha wasn't banned out by the Black Bulls, it would have been so solid up, especially up against the Yves. You want an XP lane that can dive towards that back line. Masha does that really well, and the fact that you can kind of disarm your opponents, make the marksmen in an enemy team suffer a bit. It's great. It's really great, right? So Masha has been solid, but I feel like right now, if you are up against a Yves, going for something like the Yuzong would work, but it seems like they want to go for something different here. Barats has been hovered over. They're going to go for, there you go, a tankier member, more sustainable in that XP lane, a hero that doesn't really fall off, does scale over time, just like Esmeralda, and I feel like is a little bit tankier. But you can already see the Claude, though. I really like the Claude. Here. You're up against Uranus. You want someone that does DPS, but don't go for the Yi Shen. You go for something like... I would personally go for the Lancelot up against this composition. I think the Lancelot would work, especially against a Karina. But they go for Nakai, which works too. They get more frontline. They get more beefy members to cover up for the Yves and to set up for the Claude.
Yeah, and we already saw how well the Akai goes against the Atlas last game, right? We saw, and not only that, but you also have this Grok, wild charge wall, a lot of possibilities to combo in with this real manipulation as well. And Kale Cutie on the Claw just kind of tops it off with that DHS damage, be able to take out the Uranus as you stated. The only thing is that a Veil pick on Mizu right now? I think this is probably the first Veil we've seen in all of the NACT so far. Day one, we haven't seen one. And I'm a little questionable about it. I guess you get the knock up onto the Eve if you want to focus on that. If you go more CC based with it, there are some possibilities to deal with the Esmeralda, the Grok, and even the Akai, right? Like if you go for that CC ultimate instead, the CC Windstorm, instead of going like damage based, then maybe you can help out a little. But I'm still kind of questioning it, Mirko. But we are jumping into the first game of the last series of the night. Black Bulls up against UltraViolet in the Land of Dawn, Mirko.
Yeah, now it becomes extremely clear what UltraViolet are going for, honestly, for me, right? With the Veil pick, it's the cherry on top here for their composition, but he needs to be careful here because look at the kill pressure that Loaf has on this Grok. Instantly just takes half of Mizu's HP away, just like that. They get the clear onto the mid lane, and this is what we mentioned. Active roamers in the game with the mid lane as well. Clearing out the mid lane has never been easier now with the help of the roamer, and technically with the help of the jungler, it's possible now, right? The jungler doesn't get gold from the mid lane anymore. They can find pressure all across the map. And now it is going to be the Little Wanderer fight. Let's see who gets it here. Jethy already rotating, trying to get it, but it is going to be the Black Bulls who maneuvers themselves and zones UltraViolet away from the Little Wanderer to secure it.
Yeah, I feel like UltraViolet's going to have a little bit of a slow start here, especially, like, I see the possibilities, I see the ideas behind this Veil pick, but I think you're going to have a bit of a slow start with it. I think it takes him a little while to even get the knock-up, till you even have the full possibilities of your skill set, right? So, and if they're also going for this damage build on the Karina, I think, it's going to take a little bit of time till UltraViolet really wants to make its move here, but a lot of possibilities I do see with their composition, right? A lot of chain CCs, a lot of damage for these 5v5s. It's just the way they approach it. Loaf taking some big damage already in the early game, but overall on the map, a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, both teams really in the early game. It's all about the skirmish. It's all about the picks right now, and I feel like UltraViolet will have a little bit of an edge here. Sakai goes for a heavy spin, pins Jethy down, but there's no follow-up just yet. Jethy will be able to get out with that first ability, with the help, obviously, from his team as well. Sam QT, though, he does have the Falling Star Moon ready to use. Black Bulls, they recover once again, very similarly to the Little Wanderer fight. They get the better position. They are able to zone UltraViolet away, and just like that, they control this side of the jungle, even taking the purple buff out away from UltraViolet. Jethy will go for the Retribution to secure it. Not really going to lose much of that Retribution because, again, Black Bulls, they already secured the turtle, so using it onto the purple buff makes a lot of sense. UltraViolet still in it, but Black Bulls with the early aggression and early advantage.
I gotta give it to Sam Cutie and Bomby for not forcing that fight into the mid lane tower, right? Said we're gonna save the real manipulation, but a wild charge comes in, and 23 problems will go down. It looks like you got a few problems there, but back to what I was stating, I like the patience there. They didn't force that fight in the mid lane. They decided to go for the turtle instead, and Sam Cutie saves the Fallen Star Moon for any zoning capabilities, and then eventually put pressure onto the blue buff. But it just shows a little bit of discipline goes a long way. You get the turtle, and you get a lot out of that. They already have 1,000 gold lead now, 3 minutes in, Mirko.
Yeah, and right now, if you take a look at just Black Bulls, how they're playing it, it's really intelligent because for the most part, they are actually avoiding team fights. They're just letting KOTT farm. The aggression that they've been, showing in the early stage has actually been more so to enable the gold lane, the mid lane to farm up more than just to find an advantage. As simple as that. Right now, KOTT has been able to actually farm up really well. He actually has a level advantage, as that's gonna be the Shadow Assault actually popped by Jethy, trying to look for a kill on to Sam QT. But again, damage won't be enough to take down an Esmeralda this early on. He needs to maybe wait for that Calamity Reaper before he actually does damage on the Karina. And UltraViolet, slowly but surely, they will actually lose out in these team fights, right? Because Black Bulls, look at their composition. It's a very good late game, mid to late game composition that does exactly the same as UltraViolet, but maybe in a more multi-dimensional way.
Yeah, speaking of multi-dimensional, I think that real manipulation is what's going to really be the clutch thing for Black Bulls here in those team fights. And UltraViolet opted to go for this Veil, and it doesn't really apply the same thing. I think if Black Bulls can kind of be just reactionary, we do have Turtle up though before we go any farther. Possible pick off from Jethy here.
These problems going in, but the wild charge will cancel his engage. The perfect match was not going to be popped there. That's going to be Bomi who pins him down, and they find a pick. Sam QT dishing out so much damage, getting the damage put onto him as well. And the real world inflation will be able to lock them in place, and that's the follow-up coming through. Loaf once again coming through, getting Riki-sama, and Black Bulls. The coordination in the team fight is just immaculate.
Yeah, very, very clean. You get the turtle, you get some picks, or did actually UltraViolet? No, yes, Black Bulls end up securing that turtle. They get some picks, putting them at 4-0. Only 5 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead. This is big for Black Bulls. UltraViolet, I said that they were going to have a bit of a weak start, and I feel like maybe the better option was just maybe surrendering that turtle down to the bot. Soda may go down here, but it is a Uranus. He should be all right here, Mirko.
Yeah, he has the consecration. He doesn't have the sprint, so he was kind of vulnerable, but I don't think Black Bulls wanted to engage too hard on that. MQT, though, goes in for the falling star moon. He's going to be punished there by the wind blow and the wind blade. Very aggressive movements. 23 problems, pops the conceal to get away, but Loaf with the on-point wall, able to just force the flicker out of him, and that's a problem now for UltraViolet. They've lost their engage potential with the flicker, so there's no more shock factors in this engage. It will be very visible and will be very predictable when he wants to go for this.
I feel like there's so much fight control, you know, not map control, but just like scrim control from Black Bulls right now with the wall, with so many different utilities, able to kind of course the way UltraViolet moves in some of these clashes the way exactly that they wanted to. And speaking of clashes, Mirko.
Yeah, perfect match there from 23 Problems getting away. Look at Mizu. He's going to get pinned down there, and the real world inflation will be there as well to dish out the damage. Mizu somehow dodging away from everything. He will fall to the hands of Loaf. Paul doesn't get that with the Yve, but again, this is just kills, pickoffs that they're getting everywhere on the map. Meanwhile, top side though, Shadow Assault with the help of Wesker's damage will be able to pop his HP bars down to 0. UltraViolet pick up a kill. Riki-sama go for the render shot, but Bomi just so tanky, so much damage, gonna be able to bring 23 Problems very low, even under the turret. Getting Fatal Links down there will actually kind of assist him in getting that kill. Doesn't really do much as, again, no follow-up as of right now. And guess what? They're chaining it. They're converting on objective so well after kills.
I mean, one thing, UltraViolet does have a little bit of shimmer of hope here, right? Like, Jethy, luckily, has not taken a death yet. He has been farming up. Yes, he's a little behind Bomi right now. Maybe a lot behind Bomi right now. But there is some possibilities there if we want to really force this into the late game. But as you mentioned, it just seems like Black Bulls has the better team fight composition even for the late game, right? Missed wild charge from Loaf there, and the heavy spin comes in on 23 Problems. Real manipulation does come out. 23 with a big Fatal Links, but it's not enough. Black Bull still comes out on top with a 1-for-1 trade, and I still feel like they just this is like what we saw with the last series, Mirko. The Fatal Links locks in, but Black Bulls is just too far ahead, and there's nothing that UltraViolet can do to follow these things up.
This is the thing when we're talking about team fight competitions, right? When you're only good at that one thing, you really need to make that work as soon as possible. The thing is, in the past 8 minutes, it hasn't been a really smooth road for UltraViolet. They've actually fell behind quite a bit, right? So Black Bulls, with the advantage that they have, the tanky members have a lot of these defensive items built already, and Kale, QT, and Paul, look at the damage. Look at the items that they already have, right? They're going to be able to dish out more damage, and they're going to be able to take more. So UltraViolet, even with the combo wombo that they were able to do there, they weren't really able to find anyone on top of that, right? They found the roamer, but that's it. I mean, they found Bomi, who's a tank, kinda, in the jungle. He's not really the prior target that they should be looking for. It should be Kale, it should be Paul. If they don't get either one of them, it's still gonna be rough for them.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Even if UltraViolet wants to bring this to the late game, right? Like, you haven't gotten a pick on Kale yet. You haven't gotten a pick on Paul yet. So the late game heroes of Black Bulls are, like, ready to go as well. Their damage is already there practically at 9 minutes. We haven't even really seen Kale force any big engages, but I'm sure it's coming soon. Almost getting taken out, close call. But Black Bulls continues to eat up, put pressure into the jungle, take away blue buffs, and just now they're going to move on to this Lord, and it just looks gloomier and gloomier for the side of UltraViolet here, Mirko.
Yeah, I mean, I took a look at the items already earlier. KLQT, he has that gold stab, but wait a minute, it's going to be again Soda getting pinned down. A damage will come through from KLQT. Wind blow there will be able to cancel out the real world evasion, but Sam QT jumps in the falling star mode and the blazing duet to follow it through as well. It is going to be Riki-sama that falls with Soda as well. A 2-for-0 for the Black Bulls. Mizu, he's in the bush, he's looking for a pick, he's looking for a trade, but KLQT can just lifesteal back up over onto that minion. He's gonna go over to the Lord now, dishing out the damage with the battle mirror image there. I don't think Mizu has an opening to look for anything, and KLQT gets it. Black Bulls with the Lord in the 10th minute of the game.
Yeah, 10 minutes, 7,000 gold. 3 towers down. Have not taken a single tower from Black Bulls at that. Black Bulls definitely at the tipping point here. The gold lead is just getting higher and higher and higher, and it's looking, like I said, it's just looking rough for UltraViolet. What exactly is the problem? I'm wondering if, you know, I think they needed to just really kind of slow play it, maybe even more. And once again, the Atlas. I think if you're gonna pick that Atlas, you gotta make sure you've taken the Akai off the board. Once again, we're just seeing it be a major problem because he gets so far ahead, and in a lot of these team fights, it just seems like UltraViolet's getting split up and Black Bulls is just picking off each member one by one, and that might be what we're about to see here, Mirko.
Yeah, just the presence alone. When they use the conceal, that's it. UltraViolet instantly forced to back up. They cannot risk fighting that. Even though they know the positions, even though they might have like a skill advantage, it's still not going to work for them because, again, Black Bulls, look at the gold lead that they've been able to accumulate over the last 11 minutes of the game. It's almost now at 10K, right? Right now, it's 8K. They need to get more objectives, but right now, it's just full map control. Once again, we're seeing this happen. Black Bulls suffocating their opponents. They have taken every single turret apart from that base turret. That's literally the only turrets left, those 3 turrets in the base. And it's just going to be really tough for UltraViolet because now they're forced to wait for Black Bulls to make a mistake. That's their win condition right now. Waiting for Black Bulls, expecting Black Bulls to make a mistake. And that's something that I don't see happening here. Black Bulls, they're very disciplined in the way they're taking this game. They're manipulating the waves really well. And UltraViolet are pinned.
Yeah, I love the way Bommy's just sitting here, like, waiting, like, come on. Oh, Sam Cutie strucken down from Mizu. Maybe he's finally starting to get some damage. 23 problems, a little too deep. Gets a beautiful Fatal Links, but Loaf is there to help out. In comes Jethy. Real comes out, but Jethy taking a lot of damage. Will get picked off from Kale Cutie right there. Sama will be next. Another member from UltraViolet down. This could be it. 40 seconds until the next Lord. Black Bulls wins out on another team fight.
Oh man, but again, this is the fights that like UltraViolet need to take, right? Like, yes, they are behind, they do end up losing. The favorable trade goes to Black Bulls, but getting a kill onto Paul, that's huge. Getting a kill anywhere right now is going to be big for UltraViolet. What they need to do is just do that, right? That's their ticket to get back into the game. Get kills, put it on the members that need that gold. Like Riki-sama, sure, he died, but when he got that kill, he was able to maybe buy a few more items, get a little more spending money, and that might be the difference maker, especially on a hero like Beatrix. Once you get to that power spike, it can change the course of the game, the tempo of the game entirely, especially considering that UltraViolet's composition is built to go for these flippy team fights with Atlas and that Veil.
Yeah, I mean, UltraViolet, I think you could probably give up this Lord. We saw them clear that last Lord pretty well, right? You do still have Riki-sama, who can kind of melt down a Lord here with this Beatrix. They do have the possibility. Mizu's damage also starting to get big, as we just saw. I mean, we saw Sam Cutie just get deleted. I didn't see exactly where her health bar was at, but still, the damage is getting there for UltraViolet, even along with Jethy. So I think they can survive this Lord push, and it was a good play, not trying to force that contest. But they need to, after this siege, because like you mentioned, Black Bull's probably not going to make a huge mistake. After the siege, you might want to start biting back a little bit. You are at a huge deficit, but they are starting to get a few more wins. So maybe some more possibilities, maybe a little bit more hopes there for UltraViolet here.
Let's see if they're able to defend this Lord push here, built by Black Bulls, my bad. They are already pushing in through that mid lane with the Evolved Lord marching down. Gets that mid lane taken down so fast. That could be Windstorm actually taking a whole lot of HP coming from Sam QT. The Shadow Saw finishes him off, and that's gonna be the flanks actually, but it's not gonna be enough because the Blazing Duet just melts through everyone there. And Kill QT, still alive with the Wind of Nature, is able to back up with a Battle Mirror Image. They're looking for more turrets on the board. Bottom side is going to be targeted here by Paul as UltraViolet, Mizu, Riki-sama, and Soda. They're forced to just go and clear out the wave in the mid lane first. They're not even going to be able to defend that bottom side. They'll lose 2 base turrets. They get an equal trade in terms of kills. But again, this is what Black Bulls need to do. They get the turrets taken down, and there you have it. More map control, more map pressure. Another push with the Evolved Lord should do it. UltraViolet, now is the time to fight or flight in the Lord in that spawns in 70 seconds.
Yeah, this is definitely the last opportunity. You know, I knew they could probably defend that one, but next one, you have no inhibitors left. And I got to give it up to Paul, right? Knows that the Lord is going to be able to break through that mid inhibitor, saves the real manipulation for a great timing, able to catch 3 or 4 members of UltraViolet in the midst of it. But Jeffy and UltraViolet also respond pretty quickly. They immediately jump on top of Paul. So UltraViolet seem to learn quickly, like figure out how they want to approach these team fights quickly, also showing some patience, but a huge spin, Mirko, with the wild charge. Jeffy goes down. Soda may just be next. Real manipulation comes out, and Soda is taken out to a double kill, going over to Bommy.
Once again, oh my goodness, Black Bulls on top of the initiation that was set up by Sam QT. They're able to find more on the board with a pin, with a heavy spin that Bommy was able to do. And now, with 3 members down, I feel like this they can end. We're going to take a look at a replay as well. And what really happened there is they will be pushing into that mid lane. It looks like it's going to be over here. As that's not going to be enough high ground damage to clear out the waves. They do not have the wave clear. The Blazing Duet, that is going to be the base targeted down by Black Bulls. That's going to be game number 1 taken away 1-0.
What a engage there. And I love how Sam QT's pushing them up that top lane. And Bommy just knows. They find the angle, catch 4 people against that wall. A huge play from Black Bulls there. But I gotta say, UltraViolet almost, they started showing some promise towards the end game there. Definitely a hard choice to choose on an MVP there. Game taking a little bit of time to jump over to this screen here. How do you feel about that game, Mirko?
Oh, you know, it's a different game that we've seen here in NACT, right? In the past 3 series, we've usually seen a lot of just skirmishes, team fights, and very fast duration games. But this time, it feels a little bit slower, right? The pacing of this game was definitely a lot slower. Played it really intelligently. They used their macro. They farmed up, waited for the power spikes, and when it hit, that's when they looked for team fights. That's when they looked for the objective conversions as well. Very good timing, very good targeting. Efficient gameplay, honestly, from the Black Bulls.
Yeah, Black Bulls definitely just, I mean, you couldn't have said it any better. Probably the slowest game we had all night. I think first 2 or 3 minutes, only like 1 death on the board, maybe even none. Nice just kind of felt the pace, and Black Bulls just felt to control it the whole way through. There was that small, minute or 2 towards the end that UltraViolet seemed like they could make a comeback, but it just seemed like overall Black Bulls was always there, methodically approaching each moment, getting that gank at the final at the end game. So, I mean, UltraViolet needs to think of something. Maybe change up the draft a little bit. Maybe get rid of the Akai if you're going to pick up the Atlas. Something different, right? I mean, I'm worried. I want to see. I want to see the best of 3, Mirko.
Same here, man. Same here. UltraViolet, they definitely had glimpses of brilliance. There was a lot of good team fights, a lot of good engages by 23 Problems. But the thing is, they just lacked the damage. They fell in the early game a little bit too hard, a little bit too much, and that's the reason that Black Bulls were just able to snowball out of control, right? Even when they got comboed, they were the ones coming out on top. And it comes down to how they were able to convert these objectives, in my opinion. Because whenever they got kills, they always converted it onto a turret. They always took a neutral objective. There was always an objective there. There was always an objective that was lying in the bigger picture over the team fights, right? But meanwhile, if we take a look at UltraViolet, it seems like they're just team fighting for the sake of team fighting. There's team fighting to get back in the game, not really to go for those objectives, not really timing those objectives and team fights properly as well.
Most definitely, but they are ready. So let's see if UltraViolet can make some changes. Back to the bans. UltraViolet this time up front with first ban, first pick. Gonna take out that Grok. Seems like they felt that was a little bit of a problem. Terizla coming back from Black Bulls. Typical, but as I mentioned in the first draft 2, we're starting to see a bit more targeting from UltraViolet here. Black Bulls, on the other hand, like you said perfectly earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, going for the Terizla ban again. I won't be surprised if they go for another Bellman ban and perhaps a Xavier too, right? So just complete respect now from UltraViolet. They banned the Grok and the Yve, two of the heroes that we saw from the Black Bulls in game number 1. But I think, I mean, you said it, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that's what they're gonna do, but they do change something. They go for the 1-1 ban here instead of the Xavier. The 1-1 was actually banned out by UltraViolet in game number 1. So already with the change of positions in the drafts, they also are changing up their bans. The Xavier there finally banned out by UltraViolet, and now final ban from the Black Bulls.
Julian or Valentina's got to be left open here. Only one ban left. See if one of them slipped. And the problem is maybe, like you said last time, leave them both open. Go for the trade up. And that was the mistake I feel like that we saw earlier. They decided that I think it was Xavier and Valentina. This time it's Julian Valentina. I think a good play for Black Bulls is trade up. Because not only that, they're going to get one of those plus something else. Plus the Esmeralda, plus the Akai, plus whatever they really want. Franco also open on the banning. Black Bulls, I think, know their situation right now. And that's why they're taking so much time on this ban.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because you see your opponents, they're all just respecting, going for the respect bans. Yeah, I kind of expect this, the Bauman ban coming through from the Black Bulls. In game number 1, when you see the Bauman ban coming through, it's more like they just don't like playing against it, right? So they're just going with their comfort once again in game number 2. But now it leaves a lot of different heroes up for grabs now. Valentina is one of them, and we've mentioned this a couple of times. Valentina can control the tempo of the drafts, but they instead go for the Julian first pick, leaving the Valentina open, and the Akai perhaps again.
Yeah. I mean, just so much. The last thing I was expecting was the Ballman pick, because now there's the Valentina, the Julian, the Franco, the Akai. So many things left on the field right now, but they opt. The Esmeralda, man, continuing to be a very popular first phase pick. The Valentina coming up. I don't know. I feel like maybe I would have wanted to go, even if I feel like the Julian's better. We talked about how it changes the tempo of the draft. That alone almost makes the Valentina amazing as just that prio first pick for the blue side.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is now it's going to be tough for UltraViolet to draft. Do they want to pick up? I think the right way to go is to go for the Beatrix, right? Go for the Beatrix right now and go for at this point it's really tough to pick a roamer, right? Because you want to pick a roamer with an ultimate that can't really be stolen away easily by Valentina and can't be that effective in team fights. So they instead go for the Dairoth to counter the Esmeralda in lane, and the Popol and Koopa maybe trying to predict the Beatrix pick coming through from the Black Bulls. They did go for the Claude in game number 1 now. Do they want to change it up? Do they want to be the ones to go for the Beatrix and maybe suffer in that lane up against the Popol and Koopa early on? If so, if they do go for the Beatrix, I think any hero they go with right now, except for the Brody, is going to be tough up against that Popol and Koopa. So they might have two losing lanes coming into this game.
Yeah, I feel like Popol and Koopa's, at least over here, kind of an underrated hero, and I'm a big Popol and Koopa fan. I think he just offers so much utility with the CC, the tower push in the early game. I mean, the man can melt down a tower so fast. And if you leave him that opportunity, you can take advantage of that. The vision, all the opportunities from that. And again, I don't think it's something you really have to worry about giving over to the Valentina. Valentina takes what, the whole set of skills or just the ultimate? Can she take? How does that interact with the Popo and Koopa?
Yeah, that's something that's going to be interesting, right? Because, does he get a Koopa? Does she get a Koopa?
Does she get a Koopa? Yeah. I don't think I've seen that matchup, so I don't know exactly how it goes. Does she get a Koopa, and then you stun, and you go into Woof, you get like the alpha form and the stun along with it? So if not, I think either way, I think the Popo and Koopa's a solid pick. Diggy now coming out, Akai ban coming out. And the type of thing is you ban out the Akai when it could have maybe been your answer to the Atlas.
Yes. That was exactly what I wanted to bring up. I thought that Black Bulls were the ones they were the ones that need to force the Akai ban. But because Akai has already been banned by UltraViolet, this gives them the option to maybe narrow down another, maybe perhaps another jungler, another mid laner. It really depends. If they want to force this Julian onto the mid lane, then ban out some mid laners. Force this Julian to just stick into that mid lane so that they can pick up a jungle. Or, yeah, there you go. That's what they do. They ban out the Kagura. They're trying to maybe force this Julian. Stay in that mid lane, buddy. Stay in that mid lane. You already banned the Yves, Xavier. I banned the Kagura now. You can pick up something like a Lilia, technically. But I think right now, what Black Bulls want is for that Julian to go to the mid lane. They're trying to force a different jungler to come through. And now, UltraViolet, they're also going to be targeting the jungle, right? So, do they want to take out the Karina now that is still open? I don't think so. I think Karina should be left open here because they already have a Popo and Koopa. They already have a Julian as well. Very good disengage, very good punishable skills that you have against the Karina. So let that open. Ban the Ling. All right, so they got the Ling out of the way, and now it's time for the Black Bulls to pick their hero. First pick in the second phase.
Yeah, and you mentioned, and I didn't even think about that. It should, with what they have, they can deal with the Karina, right? But they decided to bring Kale Cutie in with this Clint. We saw how safe he played with the Claude in the last game and how he came in when he needed to and made those plays. So if he can play safe with this Clint again, go 0 kills. You don't need to do anything flash in the early game or try to force anything. Just keep racking up that gold in the gold lane. If Kale Cutie can stay strong to that, we already know how dominating the Clint can be, right? How much damage he can output as we creep closer into the late game. Now, 23 problems hovering over this Kufra. Bouncing ball could do well against the Valentina dashes, right? Could be something to help deal with that. Maybe create a little bit of peel for some of his members. But they're also hovering over this Matilda right now, Mirko.
Yeah, I think the Matilda is not that good of a pick here. I actually prefer the Kufra, right? You can cancel out a lot of things, and I love the Paquito here. The Paquito can be the one to actually disengage, to zone Atlas away. Whenever Atlas wants to go for that Fatal Links, this is the job of the Paquito. This is the job of the Pawpaw, perhaps. Both of these members need to try to CC lock the Atlas when he does go for that aggressive ulti, Fatal Links into the team. But the Kufra can do that as well, and I think the Kufra here was picked up solely to also try to try to deny that Lancelot pick to come through, right? Because of that, now you can already see Black Bulls, they're kind of hesitant on what jungler to take. If they want to take out the Lancelot, it's going to be tough because of that Kufra's bouncing ball. If it's timed properly, your puncture is going to be non-existent. They decide on the Leo Ward because of that. This is interesting. Revamped hero, brand new. We didn't see the Faramis, we didn't see the Vexana today. We will see the Leo Mord here.
Which I'm kind of surprised by, because from what I've heard, from what I know, I feel like the Leo Mord was like the least on the scale of those three. I mean, I could be wrong. I know the Faramis probably the most popular. One thing I'm worried about though is, yes, they have the Popo, Koopa, and the Paquito to deal with this Atlas, right? But that's like a lot on their shoulders, and they are a heavy frontline composition. Like even you have no real back range. Popo and Koopa, even him, he's not like he's not firing shots like a Sicilian or like a Yves or anything like that. Very heavy dive comp, I feel like, from the side of UltraViolet here. So they need if they get caught by that Fatal Links, it could definitely spell victory for Black Bulls. But we are jumping in to game 2 of the final series of the night. Will Black Bulls take this here and give us another 2-0 sweep, or will UltraViolet help us go the long haul?
Let's see, man. If you want to see that best of 3 going all 3 games, this is it. This is it, right? UltraViolet, they need to do it here because this is the last match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So again, a lot of stakes on this match to be the best as well. And obviously for the players here, they want to make it to the next round of NACT. They want to try to make it all the way, perhaps, to win it and get that qualifying position later in the M4 qualifiers, right? They're going to be able to get there. But for now, both teams very, very passive in the early stage. They don't really want to be too aggressive on the map. They know that Bomi, he needs to farm a little bit, right? I'm not too sure about the clear speed of a Leomord in the jungle, because I personally haven't played this new Leomord in the jungle. The revamped Leomord I've tried in the XP lane, but in the jungle, not too sure. We're going to have to see here how fast he actually clears it. I don't think it's as fast as a Paquito, though.
Yeah, definitely not as fast as Mikito. I mean, back in the day, Leomord jungle wasn't completely out of possibilities, right? It was something that maybe you saw here and there. Right now, I don't think I've seen him in any competitive play in a long time. And yes, he had the revamp, but this is a bit of a risk. Yes, Black Bulls is ahead of game, so you can take that risk. But still, as you mentioned, if you lose this, you're not going to the next round. So Black Bulls putting a lot on the shoulders of Bommy right here. A little bit of a chain knock up. First blood will go to UltraViolet there, Mirko.
Uh-oh, but Bomi, though, he's looking for re-engage now, jumping onto the members of UltraViolet, but they are able to back out. That enhanced sword, getting Mizu out of there. But look who has control over the neutral objective. Once again, it's Black Bolt, but UltraViolet this time, they want to contest for this here. You can already see Anything Problem is going for the charge on the Torrent's Revenge, able to get a better position to open up this side of the map. But UltraViolet, they use so many of their resources over in that mid lane fight. It seems like, again, yeah, Black Bolt will be the ones to actually control this turtle. SamQT doing a whole lot to distract and zone the members away, but that's been the retribution coming through to secure the turtle. They're looking for the re-engage here. Loaf is there. He has the Fatal Links. It's just going to force 23 Problems to flicker out, to disengage. And again, it's Black Bulls equalizing once again.
And, you know, I feel like that was a lot of wasted energy from UltraViolet there, right? Like, at that point, like, yes, you want to contest the turtle, but there was a moment there where I feel like, all right, we're not going to get this. Let's back off. Like, and that's the difference I see with some teams. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to just, like, forfeit it and get ahead somewhere else in the jungle. Maybe get to this gold lane before Black Bulls is there and try to get a pick. So UltraViolet a little bit behind. Black Bulls, even though for a second I was worried about Bommy in that Phantom Steed, you know, because I see him just, like, run into the bouncing ball, so that can definitely be a problem for him in some of these team fights. Loaf, though, coming down. Kale putting a bit of poke damage out. But yeah, I think UltraViolet does have a composition to deal with Black Bulls, but they're going to need to carry it through mechanically. They're going to need to make sure they control in this map and take the team fights the way they want them, and not just keep playing reactionary to Black Bulls.
Yeah. I agree here, but look at this. Both of these mid laners, Paul actually stole away the knockout strike, which is really interesting, but it is going to be Jeffney who gets caught out there. And if the enhanced sword Mizu, he goes in onto 3 members trying to save the Paquito, but he will be the one to fall as Black Bulls find the 2-for-1 trade. They are going to be able to, UltraViolet are going to be able to get something done in that top side. They get almost in the entirety of that turret gold, but again, it's still Black Bulls here making the better decisions by going for these team fights when it matters, when they have the advantage. And even in the bottom side here, they're pressuring this Popo and Cooper that should be winning in the lane. Now because of that poke, Kale QT will have a little bit more space to play with, and maybe can scale into that late game really, really easily. Riki-sama gets taken down. Just as I say it, they're not just enabling him, giving him space, but they're actually just trying to get Riki-sama as behind as possible. And Bomi just does so much damage. Mizu able to get away with the flame shot and the enhanced sword for a bit before Bomi comes in with the horse to just finish him off. Charizard's Revenge and the rage right there to dish out the damage as well. And that's the Fatal Links comboing them through. Paul is still there with Bomi. He gets the killing spree. Soda trying to look for compensation as he flickers all the way to the back line. But Bomi finds the double kill and gets the outplay. 3-1. That was the third that they lost.
Yeah, that is definitely rough. And look at, I mean, even this, you try to get a little bit of salvage there, but the Fatal Links locks on. And even when it looks like maybe Soda's going to pull something off here, Bomi loses the Steed, loses the Phantom Steed, and is just right behind him with that first skill, bursting him down so they get the turtle. We're at 3-8, 3,000 gold lead into the hands of Black Bulls right now. UltraViolet looking very similar to game one, falling behind a little more, a little more, a little more. Tyrant's Rage does come in on the low. Black Ball will be able to finish it. Mizu picks up the kill, Mirko. So UltraViolet finding something at least at the 5.5 minute mark.
Yeah, again, they are finding, they even in game number one, we see them getting the picks, actually, no problem, but the thing is that conversion, but here you go, KLQT can be targeted, the knockout strike does not connect, they will be able to find a turret off of that, but here it is, the re-engage coming in from Bonnie, going in for the Phantom Steed, will not be able to find anyone else. SandQT has actually rotated down below as well, but they don't choose to go for it. Again, this is a disciplined game that Black Bulls wants to play. If they lose out one member, it's fine. As you can see from the items, they're doing really well. Loaf goes in for the Fatal Links, and it's comboed in there with the momentum coming through from Bomi. So much damage being dished out, and they find another pick onto Mizu.
Yeah, and this is the danger. This is the danger of having that big dive comp of, you know, all these melee fighters, all these people like this. Oh, Jethy forced to run out of his own jungle. Bomi just dominating 4-0-4. This is his jungle now. I'm the captain. Definitely just showing presence over the map. I was a little worried about how Black Bulls was focusing in onto these towers. Ricky-sama may go down here in a tight position. Gonna be able to get away with a sliver of health, but you will lose your tower, UltraViolet.
4,000 gold lead, and they just keep on building. So they keep on building slowly, right? It feels like they've just been getting a few picks. 9 kills. This is actually a low kill game today, right? From all the matches that we've seen, it's usually just very bloody. But the fact that they're just playing it really objectively is very interesting, because they're taking it slow. They're suffocating their opponents. They're taking objectives slowly but surely, right? And Bomi is actually able to out-level Jethy, who is on the Paquito here. So maybe this Leomord is viable. Maybe even perhaps meta in the jungle. If Mizu is going to get caught, the Fatal Links brings him back over to Bomi with the Phantom Steed. Again, it's looking rougher and rougher as the game progresses for UltraViolet. 23 followers trying to look for compensation. Once again, he jumps in with Tyrant's Rage. Is able to find 2 members, but the damage, once again, is not enough. Bomi dives under the turret. That might be too aggressive. Soda is there to provide some backup for UltraViolet. Jethy jumps back in. Loaf going for the Phantom. The perfect slam there, but it is going to be Loaf who actually jumps in and re-engages for KLQT to come through. Soda going to be forced to back away as KLQT again there to follow it through. Amazing coordination here as Kale got there at the right moment.
Yeah, I mean, UltraViolet does last out in the team fights, right? They are lasting out just a little bit, but they keep letting this gold gap get too far ahead. If they just could have kept it at an even pace, you know, to about this 8.5 minute mark, I feel like this is when UltraViolet does kind of flourish in some of these team fights, right? When they find that mid-game spike, they get some more items locked in, they do amazing. If they just weren't so far behind in gold, definitely something, whether they win or lose this game, it's something maybe to come back to the drawing board on, figure out how you can get yourself to this time in the game without falling so far behind. Black Bulls on the other end, you mentioned Bomi, right? You mentioned how this Leomord jungle is doing very good, but I can't just give it a Bomi. The rest of the team is setting him up so perfectly, just like that. A huge Fatal Links, 3 members do go down, 23 problems will be next, Mirko.
Oh my goodness. The Fatal Links connects onto there, and let's just take a look at the replay. My goodness gracious, what an engage from Loaf here. He goes in and he gets the Flicker Fatal Links combo straight onto 3, actually. Not 4, but 23 problems falls as well because he was just caught in the midst of it all there. Again, with that 2 turrets and converted over to a Lord for free. For Black Bulls.
That is so rough. And every time Loaf brings in that Fatal Links, Bomi is there. Bomi's got his back. The Phantom Steed comes in, brings in damage, and then everything else just to unload after. Those 2 right now are a combo. I mean, Paul, like we were worried about the Valentina, but right now, this Leomord and Atlas combo is just dominating UltraViolet. They put so much reliability into this dive comp that they have, and they are just getting decimated by Black Bulls right now. Can they survive this Lord Push, or will Black Bulls take it right here?
And the thing is, it's very frustrating, Trex, for UltraViolet, because Black Bulls, they're playing the composition that basically UltraViolet were trying to make happen, to make work in the first game. And look at this, Loaf again with the perfect match, goes in, tries to look for that Fatal Links, forces a few flickers out, but it's actually the, oh my goodness, the Fatal Links once again finds two, and the collapse is there. Triple kill here from the side of Paul. He's looking for the Maniac. Almost a Savage, but Kale, you gotta do it, buddy. You gotta take it, buddies. Savage. That's a wipeout for the Black Bulls as they take game number 2. Oh my god, again, it was like the calm before the storm, right? It was all so calm, it was all so chill, up until that last team fight where they got the Maniac out of nowhere, again, by the Atlas, enabled by the Atlas.
Paul must have heard me talking about how the Valentina wasn't doing a bunch. I was focusing too much on Bomby, focusing too much on Loaf. He's like, I got something for you, Trex. Pulls out the Maniac, last minute, a beautiful finish to the end. Yes, not a best of 3, not all the way, not the rubber band match, but Black Bulls definitely put on a great show there, Mirko.
You know, today I feel like it's just been the roamer day, man, right? Like all the roamers have been popping off. I mean, we saw it from even the roamers who've been losing, right? Like 23 Problems even was able to get a few Fatal Links in game number 1. Here, though, we can see Loaf on the Atlas, Lethal, TCC in the previous series, and Shark, obviously, on the Johnson, stealing the show by diving the base in the first match. But here it is, man. The post-match recap. You can see the damage dealt, mostly from Bomby. So, again, really interesting here. Leomord Jungle's a thing now.
Can we look at Loaf's team fight participation right now? 100%.
Oh.
I'm there. I'm there every time. You want to fight? I'm there. Loaf setting everything up, every single kill on the board he was helping out with. Definitely stomping. Roam Knight for sure on day 1. So many great roamers are showing their potential. You know, a beautiful finish to day 1 of the North American Challengers Tournament, Mirko.
You know, again, this has been an honor, man. Casting for NACT, it's been a fun ride, honestly. Seeing all these teams compete, especially the rookie teams, the teams that I usually have never seen, never heard of, seeing them play, and especially seeing these standout performances amongst all of these crazy, hungry rookies, right? But again, this just goes to show that NA progressing really well right now. There's a lot of talent already, and it's just gonna keep on growing.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm glad. You know, I'm glad we had you here tonight. It was such an honor to have you here tonight. I'm so glad it ended up working out. Waking up at 5 a.m. to join. Both of us got our mugs of coffee. For me, it's after work coffee. For you, it's early morning coffee. It's definitely been an honor having you here. It's been an honor to have several casters come over from overseas and show support. But to everyone, Trex, Mirko, we're both out of here. I'll see you guys in the next draft, and we'll send it back to our host.
All right, that was an incredible finish from Black Bull there, and big shout out to our incredible casters. Mirko, all the way from SCA, all the way from Asia, waking up so early in the morning to cast for North America tournaments, and obviously our one and only sexy and charming Trex Senpai. Make sure to follow all of their social medias so you can follow their live stream, their content in Mobile Legends to get more excited about the game. This is it for us today. We have a lot of winners that win the giveaway. If you are contacted by the moderator, make sure to give there your Discord information so you can collect your email. We can send you the prizes after we get your email address. That's the only way for you to get the prize. But once again, what an incredible day to finish off the day 1 for the North America Challenger tournaments. Now, don't go anywhere because you want to jot down the dates for tomorrow. Tomorrow at the same time for 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to have our day 2 and a lot more exciting matches coming up. Top 32 to top 4 elimination knockout bracket is happening right now, right here. So with that being said, that's going to be it for all of us today. I hope everyone have a wonderful rest of your day or rest of your evening, depends on where you are. With that, Senpai Dave signing off. We'll see you all tomorrow. Bye for now.